Check 1, 2. We have audio. Jason?
Yeah, it's. I'll just turn it off.
Gazed upon the lights that grace the sky, we have always felt their call, a call we can't deny. And when the darkness of the night made us fear that hope was gone, we have chosen to believe, we have always carried on. And it'll take everything we are to build a portal to the stars. 'Cause we are all stardust, and we are all stars, and we are adventurers, and we will travel far. So the future's in our hands, we can see tomorrow now. 'Cause we are here to launch the north, we can reach the sky somehow. And it'll take everything we are, everything we are, to build a portal to the stars. 'Cause we are all stardust, and we are all stars, and we are adventurers, and we will travel far. And we're never afraid of the night, 'cause we always soar toward the light. 'Cause we are all stardust, and we are all stars, and we are adventurers, and we will travel far.
Bonjour, greetings everyone. You know, there's no denying that in recent years, space exploration and space travel have become of paramount importance to the evolution of humanity. Different nations are racing to lead the way in space sciences, and Canada's no different. That's why it brings me great pleasure to be here to talk to you about this unprecedented event taking place in Northern Ontario. This event will help Canada lead the way and is aimed at providing incredible opportunities for all Canadians to explore, connect, and learn about space. This event, of course, is the Stardust Festival, hosted by the Stardust Alliance, a nonprofit festival taking place between August 1st to August 6th in beautiful Cochrane, Ontario. Stardust Festival's mission is to celebrate and promote our Indigenous culture, raise awareness to mental illness, and to establish a hub for the Canadian aeronautics, aerospace, and defense industry to connect with Indigenous and rural Northern youth. Industry leaders like NASA, the Canadian Space Agency, Lockheed Martin, MDA, and Blue Origin, to name a few, sharing their stories, struggles, and triumphs to inspire our bright Canadian youth during the festival. There's also a strong Indigenous community representation, including my friend, Grand Chief Derek Fox. Their storytelling will provide a glimpse of the obstacles, challenges, and opportunities available and undertaken by Indigenous communities towards a path of reconciliation. The Ontario government is very supportive of the development of the Stardust Space Centre in Northern Ontario, dedicated to training astronauts for space travel, inspiring youth to pursue careers in the sciences, and attracting more tech companies to the region. That's why we're very proud and excited for Launch Canada's inaugural student rocketry competition that will foster the development and demonstration of Canadian talent and pave the way for the Stardust Gateway. The festival is a moment towards Canadian leadership in the space sector and in social responsibility towards our youth and Indigenous communities. A movement that I and the Ontario government are honored and proud to support and nurture. I view this event as the true Canadian message of hope for a future that is unequivocally inclusive of all communities, not just on Earth, but also in space. A message to the world that Canadian values are built on resilience and togetherness. So I'm here to extend and encourage all to come visit the festival, stand by our Indigenous and rural youth to support and showcase that we Canadians all walk this path together. Let's empower the future together. Thank you, Miigwech.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I really, really appreciate this. Means the world. This would not be possible without the incredible people that are here today. This is teamwork, and I mean, we're really showing what Canada can do. I'd like to start with acknowledging that we're on the traditional and ceded territory of the Taquatagamu First Nation. Wonderful people that have been very, very resilient and really helpful in inspiring the youth and making this a possibility as well. Following that, though, there's like just so much people that I never thought would be coming to Cochrane, and this is happening. I mean, it's like a big birthday party. But honestly, this is really going to show the whole industry and that to the world that things are possible even in the smallest of communities. It's a message of hope, and it's really something that we are doing, even if we have to like really figure out a lot of stuff on the fly sometimes, not sleep very much. Unfortunately, I'm bad at that. But at the end of the day, I really, really appreciate you all being here. And this will also inspire our Indigenous and Northern youth. And I really look forward to seeing all the rocketry. And I really thank Adam for like for following up with my idea of launching rockets in the middle of the forest, even though there's a lot of trees and probably a lot of people that want to murder me in this room. But like I told Adam, Bob Ross loves painting trees in the north, so that's kind of my fault. But I really hope you enjoy the festivities. While you're in the launch site afterwards, please do not hesitate to come see all of our wonderful panelists from in-person to virtual. There's over 110 speakers from the industry that will be talking all week. There's lots of STEM activities for the kids. And we couldn't do this again without you all. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Miigwech.
Okay, can everyone hear me all right? Awesome. Okay, well, first of all, I've got to say a really big thank you to Jason Michaud from Stardust. I mean, it was really his drive that made it possible for us to be here, as he says, getting ready to launch rockets in a clearing in the forest outside of Cochrane in Northern Ontario. So can I get a really big round of applause for Jason? All right, so and thank you, Jason, and thank you really to the entire community of Cochrane for welcoming all of us to your beautiful part of Canada and making all of this possible. So welcome everybody to the first ever Launch Canada Rocket competition. Man, it feels good to be able to say that because as many of you know, we have been working for a really long time to make this possible. It's been a lot of work. We had a pandemic in the middle of it all. But now after all of it, it is so exciting to be able to welcome all of you here and be with you here for this week of the first ever Canadian rocket launch event. This is only the beginning, and of course, we are looking forward to continuing to grow this going forward. But there can only ever be one first time for something like this. And so to everybody here with us in this room and everybody joining us remotely, thank you all for being part of our first time doing this. But before I go any further, I really have to acknowledge the incredible team of Launch Canada volunteers who have helped to make all of this possible. You can recognize them by their very official looking dark blue shirts. And so if you see them around over the course of this week, be sure to thank them for their help. And always feel free to come to any of us if you've got any questions or concerns going forward. This really wouldn't be possible without all of the volunteers. It takes an enormous amount of work to make all of this happen. I would especially like to thank our Launch Canada leads, and you can recognize them by their dark blue polo shirts, kind of like this one. They, in many cases, will be front and center this week. Some of them will be working more behind the scenes, but all of their contributions were absolutely necessary to bring us to this point. So big round of applause for the volunteers. So there are a few of our leads in particular that I would like to be able to acknowledge because they have been absolutely instrumental in all of this. So first and foremost, safety is critical in everything we do. And so I want to recognize our incredibly experienced range safety officer, Shane Wetherill. Shane? Assisting Shane on the safety side, we've got our directors of launch safety, David Bueller and Dan Steinhauer. Leading the planning and direction of launch operations, we've got Dave Lefrancois and Chris Hobbs. Coordinating our recovery operations, we have our recovery director, Paul Shepherdson. There's Paul. And managing communications and data recovery, we have Paul Cote. But there's more to an event like this than just the launch. There's a lot of moving pieces here. And so I'd like to recognize some of our directors supporting that aspect as well. On the overall event side, we've got Balin Mower and Matt Ho, our logistics leads, who have been coordinating the entire event. We have Karina Sapelnikova and Robert Bernard, our directors of competition rules and judging, who are the ones who turn rocket engineering into a rocket competition. We've got Zach Harrison, who's our conference director. I'd like to recognize Cyril Manny, our MC for the day, and Madalena Patron, who are coordinating our volunteer team. We have Ariana Kresniak heading up our sponsorship efforts. And though unfortunately he couldn't be here this week, I'd also like to recognize Marc-André Chartrand, our media director, who has been involved with Launch Canada from the very beginning. So I also have to recognize Jordan Burley from the York University Rockets. All right, we'll try that again. I want to recognize Jordan Burley from the York University Rocket team. Jordan spent about 8 hours a day, 7 days a week for 2.5 weeks in my garage in the middle of the front lawn, helping to machine and weld together our 4 awesome new launch rails. This would not have been possible without Jordan's absolutely superhuman efforts. So a huge, huge thanks to Jordan. There's Jordan. Jordan, if you could come up here for just 1 second, I've got a little something for you as well, courtesy of Paul Shepherdson. I know you've been heavily involved with York's team, but I understand you haven't actually launched anything bigger than model rockets in the past. So let's see if we can change that.
Perfect. Thanks, man.
Thank you. But of course, while we've kind of emphasized the cooperative and team spirit aspect here, but this is also a rocket competition, and it wouldn't be a competition without awards. And we've got a few of them that you can see here that I'd like to introduce to you with the help of Karina here. So for our basic challenge, we have a set of lovely trophies for first, second, and third place. We also have a very special grand prize courtesy of our friends at Cesaroni Technologies, a special edition Launch Canada Pro 98 motor case. For the Technology Development Challenge, we have another 3 trophies. We also have some cash prizes. So we've got $3,000 for the first place winner of the Technology Development Challenge, $1,500 for second place, and $750 for third place. Then we've got our Advanced Challenge. This is for teams doing advanced work with propulsion, including multi-stage and student-built hybrid or liquid propulsion systems. We've got trophies for these. And like with technology development, we also have cash prizes of $3,000 for first place, $1,500 for second, and $750 for third. I also want to recognize our friends at the Canadian Space Society who have contributed a $2,500 prize for our payload challenge, and Paul Cote is going to be acting as our lead judge for payloads. On top of that, we have a couple other fun awards for people. The first one is our Spirit Bear Award. So the Spirit Bear is going to go to the team that shows the most team spirit, sportsmanship, and always displays a positive, supportive, can-do attitude throughout the course of the event. But of course, rockets don't always work the way you want them to, and anticipating that, we've got a couple other special awards as well. For the best catastrophic failure, we have the Death Star Award. And of course, we're not in the middle of a desert here, so we, in addition to having to deal with trees, there are a few small bodies of water in the area. So it is entirely possible that we might have a couple splashdowns. These are the Splashdown Awards. But there's one more very special award that I'm really pleased to announce. And this is going to be the grand prize trophy that will go to the overall winner of the competition each year. So Karina? Yeah, careful, careful with that. Awesome. So the winning team will have their team's name inscribed onto the trophy each year. So we're looking forward to making this an ongoing tradition. So a lot had to come together to make all of this possible, but I think it really all comes down to one word: vision. We all know that rockets have not historically been a big focus for Canada. We've had our space technology niches and often convinced ourselves that we couldn't possibly branch out beyond them. It takes vision to look beyond what's familiar and see a larger, bolder future where we don't just build spacecraft, we propel and launch them as well. To all of our rocketry students, it took vision for you to decide to build big, complex rockets and propulsion systems, to build teams and draw more people to this challenging area of engineering. Even in parts of the country where few opportunities have traditionally existed. It took vision and a lot of resourcefulness for all of you to get here to Cochrane, to take part in this brand new competition. In some cases, right after having gone down to Spaceport America or coming from as far away as British Columbia. It took vision for Launch Canada's founding sponsors to imagine a Canadian rocket engineering competition and an organization that supports the student and Canadian experimental rocketry community. Heck, it definitely took a lot of vision for us to test fire a liquid rocket engine at a chicken plant in Welland, Ontario last year. And of course, it took vision for the town of Cochrane and our many sponsors to step up and make this entire event possible. So in a whole lot of ways, it really was the vision of an awful lot of people who brought us to this point. So thank you to all of you, the visionaries, who not only saw what could be possible, you took action to make it real. And to everyone else, it is never too late to show some vision yourselves. I hope this week might inspire you to join us as we ensure that our shared vision will only continue to grow, embrace, and create more opportunities for even more people. That's how we build a future that's better, bolder, and more inclusive than the present. So on behalf of the entire team, welcome to Cochrane, welcome to Northern Ontario, welcome to Launch Canada, and let's launch the North.
Thank you, Adam. Oh, sorry, that's very loud. Thank you, Adam. I think I speak for everyone here. Oh, please stay on the stage. I think I speak for everyone here to say that I'm very motivated to be here, but this would not be possible without you. Having vision, like you mentioned, spearheading this competition, spearheading this initiative, and creating this community to allow all of us to bask in the glory of rocketry. I really want to thank you. And Adam does not know about this. This wasn't planned. It's not on the schedule. But all the volunteers have gotten together and have voted to offer an award, a volunteering award. And we're all here because of one person and because of one vision and one person that embodies this vision. And we'd like to thank Adam and give this award to Adam to thank him for his work and enabling us to be here in Cochrane today. So congratulations, Adam, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks so much, everybody.
So there's a plaque and there's also a larger award, and the award will be named after Adam Chumpwork here and will be a yearly award to support volunteering at Launch Canada.
So 100 years from now. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. That is beautiful. Wow, I don't know what to say. This is incredible. It's been a ridiculous amount of work making something like this possible, especially when we started doing this, there wasn't even a process in place for Transport Canada to approve experimental rocket launches, and here we are now. So it's been incredibly rewarding doing this in spite of the lots and lots of lost sleep. And it's really all of you students and all of the volunteers who support this, who make it so worthwhile. So huge thanks to all of you. This is really about you guys.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
So my name is Cyril. I'll be the MC for this conference, and I will take a little break. We will start the official conference at 9 a.m. So I think we have about 15 minutes, and we will start by a presentation from MLS right after. So thank you very much. It is now my honor to present our first keynote speaker, and I'll start by a first little short introduction of this keynote speaker. Jaroslav Jarko Pustovi is the Director of Safety at the Maritime Launch Services with an extensive career in the space industry. He's a NASA-trained National Space Agency of Ukraine astronaut. Yaroslav served as a backup payload specialist on the STS-87 Space Shuttle Columbia mission. Yaroslav brings extensive private and public sector experience with involvement in governmental space programs as well as in the commercial spaceflight industry. Thank you for joining us, Jarko.
Morning, everyone. Can I have the slides? Is it well seen? You guys can see it? Super. So my name is Yaroslav Pustovi. Thank you, Cyril, for introduction. I am from Maritime Launch Services. This is the company that develops the first commercial spaceport in Canada. And the topic that I wanted to talk about today is what is space? What does it mean for Canada? Where Canada stands? What is our future as a nation in space economy? But before that, I just wanted to address one thing. You've probably seen there are a lot of buzzwords floating around, and one of those is called new space. So people throw it around: new space this, new space that. People have different definitions of new space, but this is how I see it. Does it work? Just give me a second. Oh, it's good. So what is new space? When you start saying, go to people and say, hey, I'm an astronaut, I was a part of space shuttle program, they get excited, but they say, what do you do now? I'm in new space. And the question is, so what happened to the old one? So what's the difference? And this is where you understand, okay, you need to start from the basics. So everything that was done before, this, and this, sorry, just go. This as well, and go forward, and even this. So it was all done as part of government space programs. So basically, was part of Cold War. It was part of giant competition during Cold War, where the two powers, Soviet Union and the United States, and their allies were competing in everything, from weapons race to hockey to ballet and other things. And space wasn't just an exception. Space was part of what we do. If I move to this side. So basically, if you take a look at the known engineering formula, cheaper, faster, better, you have always picked two. It's either your system either cheaper or faster, but its performance is not so good. It's cheaper and better, but it takes time. It could be better and faster, but the cost will be punished. So in old space, the solution was this, because you need to. It's a race for survival. You need your stuff right now, and you need it the best. And this is why they say that, like in Independence Day, do you think why they charge $12,000 for the hammer? So this is why space was always expensive, and that was the general perception. The space is expensive and can be done only by the big government. But you know what happened? Happened this: the Cold War ended. The Cold War ended, and the question was, new space. Why don't we adopt a free market model? It did work for, sorry, technology. It did work for cars. It did work for soft drinks. It worked for cell phones, and it's got to work for space. So new space is not a spacecraft. I want you to understand this. It's not a Spaceship One. It's not Falcon 9 rocket. It's not Blue Origin New Shepard. New space is a business model. In new space, entrepreneurial approach is everything. What do? You go ahead and you see what's the demand. You think, what is your solution? You go ahead and impress your potential investors, and you create the system, and then you try to sell the service. So this is how it worked in the economy, and it's got to work in space as well. So you see, these guys did the same as those, and even those trying to. So in new space, this formula is resolved differently. You don't pick it's either cheaper or faster or better for new space. No, you make this decision upon what is the deciding factor. It's your profit. Every time it's different, and this is challenging. So new space, again, is a business model. This is where it's actually going right now. People are asking me once, who do you think is going to first land on Mars? So I definitely don't know which nation, but I truly believe that the people who will land on Mars will be using commercial vehicle, because new space is our future. So what does it mean exactly for Canada, right? So we did our share of efforts in aerospace. We built that. When that was closed, that's Arrow. When the Diefenbaker government closed it in the 60s, lots of engineers went down south, and they participated in the United States American moon program. So we did launch, as a nation, we did launch we are the fourth nation to launch a satellite in space. We're actually the third nation to develop a satellite in space, and fourth to launch. So Canada was in the beginning of all this thing. So it's not everybody knows, but when the moon lander, the first moon lander landed on Mars, the first part to touch the ground were landing pads that were made in Canada. So we can arguably say that Canada is the first to the moon. We also built Canadarm, and we used it a lot during the space shuttle program. We built it for the space station, and here's the Dexter. So what we see here is the pattern that Canada is always part of space program, but Canada is always looking into building a part of some endeavor. Is it, for example, landing pad for the moon lander? Or it's a Canadarm for the space shuttle? Yes, it's important, but it's just a part of space shuttle program. The same is on the International Space Station. So what truly needs to happen for Canada is to be able to do other things. We also did that. Keith here, from my colleague from Canadian Aero, as well as Dan Steinauer, they recognize this picture. This is, I think it's circa 2004 or 5. This is, ladies and gentlemen, the largest liquid propellant engine ever built and tested in Canada. This is the legacy V2 replica engine that theoretically produces 25 metric tons of thrust. So that was done by the team of volunteers who were competing at another competition called X Prize back at the beginning of 2000s. But we as a nation did this as well. So we do have potential for larger things. So what do we need to do to be a complete spacefaring, to have a complete spacefaring capability, to be truly spacefaring nation? Well, you need to have a spacecraft, because this is what it is about. That's the end goal, right? You send a spaceship or a satellite or some other payload to the orbit and beyond. But for that, you need to have your launch vehicle. And this is, as what we know, is right now in developing in Canada, and you are also part of this process. And also you need a spaceport, because you need a place where to safely and reliably launch your vehicles in space. So I would like to introduce my company, Maritime Launch Services. And what we're building today is a Spaceport Nova Scotia. Spaceport Nova Scotia is located in the province of Nova Scotia. You can see the location here. It's nearby the community of municipality of this district of Guysborough or town of Canso. It's a perfect spot for launching orbital rockets. Those of you who know how it works will immediately see, if you take a look at Nova Scotia at the globe, that Nova Scotia has large swath of water from 45 degrees inclination to sun-synchronous orbit. And there's nothing else beyond that but water, which is great for safety when you're launching rockets. If you take a look at any spaceport around the globe, you will always see why they build where they are built. Basically, they are built to allow safety distances for stage separation, for estimation of casualties, and many other things. And actually, Nova Scotia makes the best location for launching vehicles in entire North America, and that includes United States and Mexico as well. So Spaceport has, it's actually basically three components. We have Launch Control Center, horizontal integration facility, and the launch pad itself. So Launch Control Center is the center where the launch mission control team will work on pre-launch activities, on launch itself. This is also going to be a center of like a visitor center, visitor complex with interpreter center for visitors, where people could come and see the technology, get acquainted with the role of Canada in space. But again, main purpose of this structure is to serve as a launch control. The second major portion of Spaceport is a horizontal integration facility. This is where the rocket is being delivered, the launch vehicle is being delivered as separate stages, and the fairing, and the spacecraft is also delivered. This is where it's assembled, where the second stage of the vehicle is fueled, integrated with the launch vehicle, and then launch vehicle is moved to the launch pad using a transporter. And finally, it's a launch control center. It's a launch pad itself, where the vehicle is brought, put to the vertical position, and launched into space. Maritime Launch develops the spaceport in partnership with Ukrainian companies. If you know the brand Yuzhnoye and Yuzhmash, they are in business for 65 for Yuzhnoye and 70 years for Yuzhmash. They have done about, my count is right, including the latest Vega C launch on the 13th of July, about 878 successful launches. So these guys know how to build rockets, they know how to test them, and they know how to control and fly them. So the primary offering from Ukrainian companies is a Cyclone frame vehicle. Can go back one slide. Back one slide. Yeah, that's it. So it's a medium-class launch vehicle, and it has 2 stages. The size of the vehicle is about 40 meters high and 4 meters wide. It has up to 5 restarts on the second stage engine, which is important if you want to deliver to multiple orbits. It has up to 5 metric tons capability to low Earth orbit. And it definitely has proven flight heritage. We hope to be able to launch it in 2024. Again, that's how the vehicle looks. The vehicle is, it's actually not probably great picture, but it's a heritage. The Cyclone 4M is a heritage of multiple vehicles. So the first stage of the vehicle comes from Antares. First stage, actually it's at the same stage, it's made by the same people. And it has the heritage of the Zenit rocket that you probably know from the Sea Launch project. The second stage, it's a hypergolic stage. It comes from Cyclone 4 project that was aimed for Brazil. And in turn, it's a heritage of Cyclone 2 and 4 vehicles that are considered the most reliable vehicles ever built. Of 228 launches, they have about 7 failures, and most of them are top stage failures. Fairing comes from Cyclone 4, and the interesting part, because Ukraine was not using the first stage engines for Zenit vehicle, it was Russian, but right now the situation is different, and Ukraine rebuilds its capability full in-house. So Yuzhnoye Design Bureau adopts the second stage engine from Zenit that was manufactured in Ukraine to be the first stage of Cyclone 4M. This is the biggest technological effort that is being undertaken now, because you know what it means. You have to change the nozzle, and with nozzle you end up changing the whole combustion chamber. But again, the technology exists, and this is what our partners in Ukraine are busy with right now. This is how the first stage looks. Again, this is RD870. It's a new engine, but also an old engine, and it's clustered in 4. And the cluster of those 4 engines is called RD874. They are powering Cyclone 4M. So just to give you perspective, the weight of the vehicle is 260 metric tons, and the thrust that is generated by the first stage is about 320 metric tons, if I remember correctly. The second stage is a hypergolic stage, is driven by the first stage is kerosene and LOX, and the second stage is hypergolic. Unsymmetrical dimethylhydrazine and dinitrogen tetroxide. I know I'm preaching to the choir. You all know the rocket basics and why we're still using hypergolic fuels. Are actually several reasons. First of all, it is only with hypergolic fuels that you can have reliable restarts. And this is primarily why hypergolic fuels are used in the second stage. With the hypergolic fuels, you don't need ignition. The substances ignite on contact. And this is why practically hydrazines, both UDMH and MMH and the pure hydrazine, they still used all over the industry. You take a look at any more or less developed spacecraft, it will turn out it uses hydrazine. So We're not exception. We're using it for a second stage, and with the use of hydrazines, we can achieve multiple restarts and be able to deliver spacecraft on different orbits on a single flight. Again, payload fairing is a really good accommodation because it provides, it has just under 4 meters diameter for internal volume, and it's up to 9-meter high, allows to pack several satellites and to deploy the whole constellation in space. But where we are right now, you know, a friend of mine, Adam, once told me that the vehicle is ready for liftoff once the weight of the paperwork you have to file exceeds its liftoff weight. Building spaceport and building actually launch capability, it's not just rocket science. Rocket science is a cool part of it. It's where you get in, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of excitement, a lot of burned midnight hours. But you still need to make sure it is safe and it is according to all the regulations that are set in our civilization. We're not doing it in the middle of Mars. We're doing it on Earth. So this is why we need to comply with all the regulatory standards, with all the regulatory rules that are add to the mix are still being developed as we speak. This is where the most of our effort was, for example, for the past year. So we accomplished environmental compliance with the environmental assessment in the province of Nova Scotia. And right now we are finalizing the conditions that will allow us to start construction of the spaceport. The second thing, as I already mentioned, the first launch of Cyclone 4M is planned for 2024. And actually, I hope to see you there to see this rocket go up. But we are not just doing that. I can tell you that our immediate plan is to work out the regulatory procedures, the path, to be able to launch a first vehicle. It's going to be a suborbital vehicle from Spaceport Nova Scotia in the near future. So hang on for the news, and we are going to start launching hopefully much sooner than 2024. So again, coming back to the question, future of space in Canada, I can't tell you, because in my mind, it is you. You need to tell me what is the future of space, where you see yourself, where you're going to put your efforts. Are you going to still continue building rockets? Are you going to be building satellites or data processing stations or anything else? This is you. You need to understand this. You are it. There's nobody else. Only you can give us the answer how space in Canada is going to look like. And Launch Canada is definitely one of the major parts of it. So my final word of not even advice, I don't think I need to advise you on making your choice about your profession. Just keep pushing, be persistent, and you will conquer the stars. To finish my presentation, I would like to bring my colleagues here, and please hear their words.
Greetings from heart of Europe, space capital of Ukraine.
I hope the rockets will fly better.
Thank you for hanging on. It's we have a live streaming going on at the same time, so handling the in-person presentation and live streaming requires a bit of technical reworking. In the meantime, maybe we would have some questions for Yarko here.
Yes, please.
Anyone in the audience would have some questions lingering on their minds. Wait 1 second.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It was very nice. If I understood correctly, you're from America, like you spent some time in America, right? Yes?
I spent a year in America because I was with Ukrainian Space Agency, and that was a joint program, joint flight on the space shuttle, STS-87, Space Shuttle Columbia. A Ukrainian astronaut was flying on the space shuttle, and they selected two of us, and I was a backup, as they say. I was the one broken leg away, but here I am.
I was just going to ask, is there a reason why you decided to make the spaceport in Canada as opposed to the United States and continue your career here?
It wasn't me. It wasn't me up to decide where a spaceport is going to be. I was already Canadian by that time. But I know that the team that was looking for a home for Cyclone 4M vehicle, basically, surveyed about 13, if I'm right, 13 places around North America. And Nova Scotia was the best location. You know what? In real estate, they say location, location, location. That's true for spaceport. So what does it mean? Well, first of all, you've seen it's a great range of inclinations. Great place to launch from to get where you want. If you take, for example, even the Cape Canaveral, it can mostly launch westwards. They do pull some of the sun-synchronous orbits, but I still don't know how they solve the E sub C issue with casualty estimation. But anyway, for example, again, from Florida, you mostly fly eastward. From California, from Vandenberg, you can only basically fly either westward, which is not so good, or a little bit retrograde to hit the sun-synchronous orbit. But in CANSO, you can both fly to the east, you can fly to the International Space Station, and you can fly on polar orbits and even to sun-synchronous orbit. This is where lots of market is. So again, location one. Second, it's North America. The infrastructure is developed. There is a seaport, there's an airport, there's the road structure. There is a there is a great talent pool of educated and skilled labor force. The support from both the local community and the province and on the federal level was always astonishing. We were just blown away how people greet us on all the levels of the government and in local community. So the other thing is that proximity to the United States, where basically 50% of the satellite market is. When you combine all these factors together, the Spaceport Nova Scotia definitely makes the best location in North America.
Thank you for your answer. I think, are we ready for a second attempt on the video? Yes. Yeah.
Greetings from the heart of Europe, space capital of Ukraine, University. I would like to participants of the launch candidate. Greetings from the heart of Europe. On behalf of United States Design Office, I would like to greet organizers and all participants of the Launch Canada Challenge.
Productive dialogue has been established between our company and Maritime Launch Services, which creates the first in Canada commercial spaceport in Nova Scotia. Therefore, we are pleased to address the participants of this event.
Our company possesses a rich 65-year history and wide experience in space rocket technology development. United States Design Office stood at the origins of development of the most reliable launch.
Okay. So we're going to continue with the questions. If anyone else in the audience has a question for Jarkko. Yes, on the right here, Mathieu. I'll bring the mic to you.
Like you mentioned, the Cyclone 4M already has a lot of flight heritage. Are there any plans to continue development both in Ukraine and in Canada to keep advancing the rockets?
Well, technically speaking, Cyclone 4M never flew before. Its flight heritage comes from the parts of it. Like all the parts of Cyclone 4M were parts of other vehicles with flight heritage. So this is a new vehicle, and this is basically what's the advancement today is. Cyclone 4M is basically, it is what it is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the answers of your to our questions. Are there any more questions for Jarkko here? Yes, ETS. Here you go.
Yes, I was wondering, is it the horizontal vehicle assembly building? Is there a reason that they chose horizontal instead of vertical for the assembly?
Practically all vehicles in the, let's say, the Soviets and Ukrainian school, like if you take a look at all the vehicles that the Soviet Union was always working on, and Ukraine, they were always choosing the horizontal integrational scheme. So it's basically whatever the best. To add to it, it's much more difficult, again, in my view, to build the standing structure than the laying down structure, because of the heights. And take a look at the vehicle assembly building at the Cape. That's an engineering marvel, and that was built to house the Saturn V. The way that the Ukrainians do it is horizontal assembly, and then transportation to the site, and then putting it vertical. Imagine yourself if you have long distance between vehicle assembly building and the launch pad. Transporting it vertically, I think, poses much more risks than if you would just do it horizontal and then put it vertical once it's in place.
Thank you. So I'm having information from the technical team that we will attempt to make it work during the break, and then right after the break, we'll play the video and include it in the live stream.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much for your time, and thank you. Working. For our next speaker, we are pleased to welcome Rocket Factory Augsburg, and more specifically Kiran Chincholi, who will be joining us virtually. As a short introduction, Kiran Chincholi is originally from India and completed a Master's of Aerospace Engineering in Austria. And after working in aeronautics, he in vehicle interfaces at Rocket Factory Osberg. Today, here representing the German new space startup, New Space as mentioned by Yarko, which is developing a 100 kilonewton Kerolox stage combustion engine, of which the flight version has already performed tests close up to a minute. Welcome, Mr. Cianciulli, and thank you for joining us virtually.
Hello, good morning. I hope I'm audible to everyone here, the audience.
We can hear you, we can't see you just yet.
Okay, because I can see myself on the screen here.
If you allow us just 1 minute.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, we can now see you.
Okay, sounds good. Although I can't see the screen. Okay,
amazing. We
there
can
we
also
go.
see your slides.
Okay, awesome. That's good. So hi, everyone. I hope everyone's doing good on this special occasion of Launch Canada event. Firstly, thanks to all the organizers and also to Karina, who is my colleague here. She invited me for this opportunity, and I'm happy to present some basic stuff. I don't want to get people bored by talking too much about safety and things like that. I just want to make some interesting comments on what we do here at RFA, based in Augsburg in Germany. Then I want to just run through a couple of slides on safety in launch vehicles. That's mainly the topic I'd like to highlight today. Alrighty, so what am I going to talk about today? So it's just about RFA, what we do at Rocket Factory Augsburg, and then I would directly jump into why we need safety in launch vehicles. How does safety in aerospace industry look like? Some comments to go around on ground safety and flight termination system. This is like the basis for all the safety operations in launch operations. And then finally, I'll talk about the launch risk mitigations, and then the floor is open for all the questions. So what do we do at RFA? We build rockets. That's pretty obvious from the statement RFA, Rocket Factory Augsburg. So we are one of the first launch new space startups in Europe. And we are developing a three-stage system to orbit with about 1.3 tons to LEO, low Earth orbit. The cool part about our vehicle is as you see, it's a three-stage vehicle with three distinct factors. One is the propulsion system. So we use stage combustion technology, which will just transport more payload, and it's much more efficient. We use stainless steel structures to make our tanks, which are cost efficient. And then we have also an orbital transfer vehicle, or you call the kick stage, which will make sure your payload is delivered to the right orbit and the right inclination. So these are the basis for RFA. And we also have composite structures for our interstages. But as I said, these are the three main things about the whole vehicle. So our recent success was we tested our flight-like development engine for 74 seconds. You can see the video. I've just put in the link there. Really beautiful and nice engine, worked perfectly for 74 seconds of cumulative duration. So hopefully by end of this year, we'll be able to do our integrated stage test, and by end of next year, we want to launch. And this is the comparison of our vehicle with the Starship. You can see our RFA first stage, which is on the left side, and Starship on the right. And they're pretty much close, but it's not as big as Starship, of course. But the essence is the same. We use stainless steel structures because they are really cost efficient, and they are easy to work around compared to composite vehicles, Composite needs a lot of tooling, a lot of processes. With stainless steel, it's a bit more easy and hands-on. Alrighty, so I'll directly jump into the topic on safety in launch vehicles. So why do we need safety? I'm sure most of us have had a couple of encounters in their everyday life or at work on things not going according to the plan or getting hurt. It could be a small accident or it could be something large, but there are always risks when you work in like startup environment or in general any operational environment. And why do we need safety for that? Well, you need to make sure you avoid casualties because you don't want people to lose their life. And we have to mitigate risk that could cause a big potential damage to the surroundings. So this is why safety is very critical, and it will make our life and world a better place to live and work. I've read somewhere that more than 95% of the fatalities and accidents are all according to human errors. So you can design the best rocket, you can design the best airplane, but if your rocket or the airplane is not safe enough, then it's not good enough. So that's why safety is very important. And aviation and aerospace industry in general looks into a lot of safety aspects. And that's the reason you don't really hear people getting killed on an airplane very often. It's because aviation and aerospace industry make sure all the procedures are in place and it has the highest safety standards and regulations. You're more likely to be harmed by your pet than flying an airplane. So thanks to all the regulatory authorities like FAA, CAA, EASA, they form the basis of all these certification standards, and these help the public to make sure that your flight is safe. So I've been working in aviation industry and aerospace for quite some time, and the focus on safety is right from the beginning. So I have designed airplanes before which could hold a couple of people, and the first thing what you think about is, okay, I have an airplane, I have to design the system, but most importantly, how do I ensure the safety of the passengers and the safety of the pilot on board? What are all the redundancies I need to have, and so on and so on. So safety and reliability is the top notch, is the gold standard in aerospace industry, and all the engineers have to go for it. And I can repeat the statement again, and also from the previous statement, you could have the best rocket on the planet, you could have the best airplane on the planet, you could have the best launch site, but if your rocket and if your vehicle is not safe enough, then you will never get the permission to launch. So the process of getting from development of the rocket to testing them is actually a great achievement. But in order to launch, that's the real hard work, and that's the real hard deal. And that's when systems engineers and everyone have to come into the play and make sure everything is communicated and focused well in order to launch. But in spite of all these safety standards, there are situations where things don't go according to the plan. And you see some of these pictures I've highlighted. Some of these could be intentional, and some of these could be a really bad accident because of some miscommunication or some failure on board the vehicle. And as engineers, we have to make sure none of this happens. It could happen, but the probability of happening this should be really reduced. And that's why I want to focus more on the launch vehicle side, because we are a rocket community here, and on the aviation side, it's a bit different. So how does launch safety work? It has two major elements. It has ground safety and flight safety. So ground safety is all the things which happen on the ground. It could be during operations, it could be during testing, it could be during integration, human factors, and so on. And flight safety is when you start the vehicle, when it lifts off, and when it goes on a course to the orbit. We have to make sure the whole vehicle is safe. And there could be a lot of instances why the flight may not work according to you wish. It could be loss of thrust. It could be explosion due to some leakages and so on. And the basis for all of this for now is the FAA Part 417, and this is for me the Bible of flight and launch safety. It gives you a complete overview on how launch operations should be managed. What does the FAA expect in terms of flight safety standards and also the ground safety standards, and how do you come to all these regulations in the end? So this is the basis for launch safety. So ground safety, as I said, it covers basically all the aspects which happen on the ground. On the right, you see the vehicle exploding on ground. So this is part of ground safety. So it could happen because of high pressure gases. It could happen due to explosives or propellants which is stored on the vehicle, cryogenic fluids, and so on. The impact of all of this is, of course, the public around the pad, the people around the pad, the infrastructure, and the environment. So so this is all related to the launch site. You need to mitigate all the risks, and we need to, as an engineer, we need to draw boundaries on what the vehicle can do and what the vehicle can't do. And you have to think about all the failure modes in which the vehicle could fail and what are the consequences of this when it fails. This is basically ground safety aspect when it comes to launch. I think this is also employed in, at least in Europe, for suborbital rockets or student rockets. They make sure you have good ground safety. And then you have flight safety. This happens, as I said, anything on course of the trajectory. It could happen due to a failure of a faulty system or deviation from the trajectory or any of the failures. The consequence of this is, as you see on the pictures, some stages or some debris falling near the public, and this could affect the local life. It could result in some casualties. And all this is part of flight safety. Debris, hazardous fluids, infrastructure, environment, and all of this. So before you launch, you need to provide a full flight safety analysis of your vehicle. You need to account for several things on what could go wrong and what if things go wrong, how can you basically mitigate the risks. And so flight safety is, as I said, major topic, but in order to enable flight safety, you have flight termination system, and this is the safety system which will enable the flight safety. And this is basically used in case the vehicle, let's say, goes off course for whatever reason. It could be due to loss of communication, it could be due to some anomaly, and this in turn results in potential risk to the vehicle. So as you guys might have seen in a lot of cartoons, there is a big red button. When you press the big red button, the vehicle explodes. So it is kind of the same. Also on the launch vehicle side, you have one big red button operated by a guy and he presses it, or it could be a complete autonomous system which will self-destruct the vehicle. So there are different strategies, and there are two strategies here I mentioned. One is flight termination and other is thrust termination. So flight termination can be either from ground, as I said, a big red button, or it could be autonomous. And right now the industry is moving more on the autonomous side. This results in complete destruction of the vehicle. Or you could go for thrust termination, where you just cut off the thrust of the engines, either by several means. And this is typically used in Chinese and Russian rockets. It could also be used. FAA 417 also accounts for thrust termination in case you want to do it. So there are rules on how and when you can do the thrust termination. Redundancy and reliability of FTS is the prime importance, because this is the one system which has to work, and there is no chance that it should there is a problem in it. So it goes through rigorous testing, it goes through a rigorous qualification process, checks, and so on and so on, and only then the system is on board the vehicle. And as I said, this is by far the most complicated system on the rocket. You can make your rocket as beautiful as you want, But if it doesn't have an FTS, then I would say launching the rocket from any spaceport is going to be quite a tough job, or even the regulators might not even approve the vehicle. So yeah, FTS is the safety system which will enable all the flight safety. How do you mitigate all the risk? So as I said, ground safety is more on the launch site side. So you define your safety and exclusion zones based on several aspects. So you calculate the TNT equivalent mass of the vehicle and determine the blast radius, and then based on that, you can come up with an area where people are not allowed, or what are the effects of the blast on the people around or the public around, and then do a complete risk assessment of the vehicle. So this is how and risk is mitigated on the ground safety side. Of course, there are a lot of other things like you could define a proper set of procedures for all the personnel working on the pad. You have everyday checks, and all these only when all these checks are done, the operation commences. So this is ground safety side. Flight safety is a bit more broad concept, and it's a very complicated side. So you do a complete flight safety analysis of your launcher. So this includes having a complete catalog of your debris, failure modes, analysis of all the critical systems, and so on. And yeah, all this accounts for flight safety. And you also need a fully redundant and certified flight termination system, which will enable termination of the vehicle in case there are some anomalies. You also define a complete exclusion zone in the downrange, and you also have NOTAMs and NOTMARs, so that the airspace and the marine traffic is clear when you launch. So all this is majorly part of the launch site, and your launch site, the launch site you choose has to basically be safe enough for the public around, not just in the near vicinity, but also in the complete downrange. Because in case things don't go according to your plan, then there is no risk to the public around. So this is the major thing why launch site business is a big topic everywhere, and having the perfect ideal launch site will make sure everyone's life is safe. And on that note, I would like to end the presentation by saying famous words of Scott Manley: "Fly safe."
Thank you for your presentation. A little bit of feedback.
I don't think I'm hearing anything. Is there a audio problem by any chance? I still don't hear anything. There is a lot of echo. That's all I hear. No.
Thank you. Just bear with us 1 second, Kiran.
Sure.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, awesome. So I'll just repeat my question. The thriving European satellite launch market is seeing more and more startup launch companies join its ranks. What, in your opinion, and in the technology RFA develops, make Rocket Factory Augsburg gain its edge on competition?
Yeah, that's a very nice question. As I've highlighted before, the three elements of what the entire RFA is based on is our propulsion technology, which is stage combustion engine, which will make sure we have more payload carrying capability. We use stainless steel structures, which are quite cheap to manufacture and quite easy to work with. We can produce a ton of them at let's say one-third the cost of the entire composite tooling. And then you have the orbital transfer vehicle, which will make sure your payload reaches the right destination. And basically, these are the three main things why we think RFA will be the leading launch vehicle.
To lead on another question,
Yes.
As someone who originated from India and now works in German rocketry, can Canadian students follow the same path as you in Europe? And do you have any advice for Canadian students that would be interested in an international aerospace career?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We have a lot of Canadians actually working in RFA. There is Karina, who is propulsion engineer for the last 2 years. We have also a lot of engineers and interns who are from Canada, so it's definitely possible. RFA is a very international environment. We have people from around 30 countries, and there's absolutely no problem for Canadians working here in RFA. My only advice is you can apply online, and we are looking for a lot of people who can support and make sure we launch the rocket by end of next year.
Sir, are there any other questions from the audience today in Cochrane? If not, well, thank you very much for your presence and for coming and joining us today. And we will now go to C6 Launch Systems. Thank you for coming with us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So I'd like to introduce our next speaker, which is Saad Bin Khan from C6 Launch Systems. Saad Bin Khan is Director of Structures at C6 Launch Systems, which is a Toronto-based small satellite launch startup. After working in additive manufacturing and composite materials in the aerospace industry, he co-founded C6 Launch Systems in the objective of providing a dedicated launch service to payloads up to 30 kilograms. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Khan.
Glad to be here. Can you guys see my presentation and screen okay?
Yes, we can.
Oh, got some feedback there. All right, great. So the presentation is on the Hadley engine test that we did early last year. So it's titled System Integration and Engine Test of a 22 kilonewton oxidizer-rich stage combustion engine. A bit of background on the company. We are looking towards developing a small launcher towards 30 kilograms to a nominal 600 kilometers. This a little bit. We are now offering equatorial launches from our Brazil site as well. Just some boring stuff before we continue. This presentation contains no information controlled by MTCR or ITAR. Hadley engine is introduced in the United States. It's also controlled goods from the United States. The engine itself is Cat 1 of the MTCR regime, and all technical data is controlled by ITAR. And the ITAR compliance is maintained in coordination with C6 USA and all the legal stuff there. Moving on. The campaign objective for to verify the Hadley engine and basically do a acceptance test of the engine at C6, as well as validate components such as the engine controller, and more importantly, develop a partnership with Ursa Major and other groups. The engine itself is quite small, but it's a very powerful package. It runs on Jet A and liquid oxygen with a thrust rating of 5,000 pounds, fully relight capable, and a TVC system is included. It's basically a plug-and-play package bolted onto your rocket test stand or what have you, and it will just work. Just a size for scale, that is me meaning next to the engine. It's very small, but very compact, and I think this was right before we put it on. The test stand on our side was a iron burst system of the launch vehicle, so we had all of our valves and equipment in the correct places, and our vehicle software being tested on a hardware-in-the-loop system. All primary systems were represented mostly with commercial hardware, but we had some flight hardware as well. The exceptions were the tracking and guidance control, separation, and then flight termination systems, which were not required for a engine test. It's a fully self-contained system with propellant loading and unloading from the ground. Once we unload and decouple from the ground support equipment, it is a standalone system. Contrary to most test stands, it was a vertical tank structure instead of horizontal side-by-side tanks. This was to mimic the launch vehicle as close as possible. Development progress was quite rapid. We did not have much time for development. So the initial concept and project start was in June 2020. So it was just like a quick model mock-up of what we wanted to do. And that quickly morphed into 7 months of development later into a massive monstrosity of an assembly, which we were able to rapidly get done within 2 months of manufacturing, thanks to a number of partners and help from Spaceport America, which is our testing location, actually. So if you previously competed in Spaceport America in New Mexico, the Spaceport America's launch site is around here somewhere. So we're a bit northeast of that, where I forget the company name, UP Aerospace does their propellant mixing. So we had our test stand in the concrete pad over here, but we had about 500 meters of safety distance for where our control center was, and that was a little bit more than the TNT equivalent explosion of our test stand, which was in the far corner here. The Spaceport America site has a permanent fixture that we designed and developed and left there for them to use with their other customers. So it's a vertical test stand capable for, I think we designed it for up to 10,000 pounds, and it is available for all their future customers to use. And it's currently not in use by us, but you may hear more in the future. In terms of design and the hardware, a quick system overview of the test stand is made of 3 main systems. We had our main test system, which included all of our avionics, tanks, power systems, and communication systems, and the engine frame system, which was for handling anything attached to the engine, as well as plumbing and fluid systems that the engine requires, and a ground station, which was connected with a wired and wireless connection. The avionics design consisted of a few main systems: the command and data handling system and the EPS, which were the 2 main systems. The EPS is interesting that we had a 120 volt connection for the generator as well as the battery backup. And our test frame communications used a phased array antenna for the wireless data with a Ethernet backup. The engine controller was actually inside the avionics enclosure for just integration reasons instead of on the engine frame as seen in this previous slide. But this was more for system breakdown. But in practice, it was inside the avionics enclosure, which was its own enclosed system and had breakouts for all connections to all the valves, sensors, and communications, as well as e-stop on there for the ground operator, which was me in this case. If there's anything that happened, you run up there and hit the e-stop. And our test frame communications had a wireless system, which was a direct result of the STDP. It was the Stardust project, which was a phased array antenna system. And we had a parabolic dish at the ground station for picking up our wireless communication, as well as a direct wired connection for backup with a few Ethernet switches. So it was all done with, I don't exactly remember, this was the avionics section, but it was all done with Ethernet switches and a few other electronic equipment. In the ground station, this is where I would sit to monitor the valves and their positioning. This is Scott Lindsay, who handled our fluid valve systems. He is our fluids engineer. Tayo Shonibari was our avionics engineer, who did all the RF and electronics systems. And then we have Tosif Sharif, who handled the software backend and monitored the system stability. So it was complete control of the test stand of every single possible configuration, and we had multiple redundancies and wired and wireless connections with a separate wired e-stop for everybody. And the ground station GUI was quite well done, and we had full data going back and forth between the GUI and the test stand. Similarly, we have our fluids controls here. And moving on to structural design. So the full structural analysis was done in ANSYS. You can see the model of the test stand here. This is very important to do because of the vibrations that are done by the engine onto the test frame. And it's actually a major issue having your frame resonate with the engine. It could cause major failures. So the tank was modeled with a combination of shell and solid elements, and all the frames were modeled with 1D beam elements. Everything was assembled with constraint equations, so the welds were simulated with constraint equations with the same stiffness as a welded joint, and the whole system was constrained at the legs just to simulate the stand sitting on top of the engine frame. The fluid mass, you can see that in the red, this red mess here was modeled with a single point mass that was distributed across the tanks with constraint equations. And similarly, all the other weights for plumbing equipment and the other frames are these little dots here, which are remotely connected to the frame with constraint equations. Just to go back to this again, it was reduced to a simple beam and shell element to reduce the analysis time, as vibration and modal analysis is quite computationally expensive. But the fidelity remains quite similar. The completion resulted in 6 modes, which were quite higher than with the Hadley engine with output, and it was deemed sufficiently safe enough in terms of vibration. For reference, the first vibration mode was 30 hertz. The earthquake is about 1 to 10 hertz, so it was quite rigid. The ultimate test was actually shipping this from Ontario down to New Mexico, and the roads aren't quite good, and we only had a few bolts shake loose, and most of our fluid connections were still done up tight. We only had like 2 loose fittings at the end of it. The last thing that had to be analyzed was the LOX tank design. This was because we had a stacked tank. You can't really stack a cryogenic tank very well because of the contraction. And the solution was to do a sort of a leaf spring that's attached to the tank. So the whole tank would shrink inwards. And to do this, we modeled the filling as a transient thermal analysis and found that the 4 leaf spring tank was the best in terms of complexity of manufacture. And just to mention, the final oxygen tank was covered in cryogel just to reduce the heat loss. Now on to test operations. Here are some pictures of the engine frame, which includes the propellant loading and all the equipment for the engine, and the test frame. in 2 parts that were shipped together. We had to use a crane to attach it to the test stand. And once the engine frame was in place, the rest of the system would get bolted on top and all the fluid connections would be interfaced. So this is Daniel in the cabin. He was supervising the installation of the engine frame, and there I am helping out by supervising. And finally, on to propellant loading. You see that this is a full tank, and we're blowing out liquid oxygen through a dip tube that comes up the top there. And because we were loading like this, I think we had about a ton of propellant in there. We had to swap quite large dewars, and because of the back pressure, we had to have the oxygen tanks pressurized so we could fill a bit faster. This was done with a helium tank connected to the vent port on the dewar, and this speeds it up a lot, so we could empty a dewar in about 5-10 minutes. The whole fill procedure took us about 45 minutes by the end of it, once we had the learning curve down. It was mostly just swapping the helium tank from one dewar to the other and swapping the lines. In the future, we may use a manifold system to prevent that and cut down a lot of fill time. Originally, instead of the dip tube, we had some strain gauges and load cells, but that did not work because of the New Mexico wind picking up. It just caused too many reading errors. And cold flow testing. Do that again. So our cold flow was done with liquid argon and helium just for, liquid argon and nitrogen to match the thermal temperature of the liquid oxygen. And because it was actually cheaper to use liquid argon and nitrogen versus liquid nitrogen and helium. So that's the decision there. And we had our full engine test. You can see the gimbaling there. The test was deemed successful. We met all of our objectives for the test and improved the effectiveness of our very small team. We're going to continue to develop our vehicle and move on to a multi-engine full booster test in a few years, as well as going back to do a second single engine test in a year or so more recently. And that is to certify the Block 2 and do a few more tests regarding the long scale burns and a few other things that I can't really mention right now. That is it. Can I get some questions from you guys?
Thank you, Sadbin. Beautiful presentation, and that hot fire was beautiful. The gimbal was very nice, and the burn was very stable. So to start the Q&A, I do have a prepared question for you, and then we can lead to questions from the audience and the virtual audience. C6 Launch Systems is targeting to transport payloads up to 30 kilograms to orbit, which is historically a typical payload size. Could you give us more information on this specific payload market and what are the impacts on your vehicle design?
Right. So we've done a market research, and we found that a large number of small payloads are not able to get into orbit, or they have like really long delays because of rideshare. And some of these payloads are actually not small. They may be low in weight, but they're very large in volume. So they don't fit into typical like CubeSat containers. And we're also identifying a few more markets in the low Earth orbit, particularly in equatorial as well, that require like rapid launch as well. So these are mostly like reconnaissance satellites and Earth observation.
That makes a lot of sense. Are there any questions from the audience here in Cochrane? Or any online virtual questions? If no, I have a second question for you. As an alumni of the Ryerson rocketry team and an industry leader, what skills or aptitudes should Canadian students design teams develop to grow successfully on the Canadian experimental rocketry scene?
Yeah, so the biggest one would be interpersonal skills. If no one likes working with you, you're never going to get anything done. That's a big one. The second one would be management. That's something that I learned through a trial by fire. When I inherited the team with after my second year, I was basically the whole team was dropped on us, and we had no money, so we had to learn how to manage a project well and set deadlines and resources. And if you can't do that, you're going to trip over your own feet. All the technical stuff you'll learn just by doing stuff in the team, and you'll learn it at the industry level.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, we will be going on break now. We are planning on coming back at around 10:50. So thank you so much, Sadbin, for your time and for being with us. And hopefully other people, if they have more questions, can go on your website to have answers to their questions. Like I mentioned, we're going to take an about 20-minute break, come back around 10:50, where we'll be able to play the video presented by Yarko a little bit earlier. So starting contrasted to the schedule, we're going to start back 10 minutes earlier to allow time for this video to be presented to our live stream audience. Thank you very much, and see you in 20 minutes.
You say something, Oleg?
Not yet. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh my god.
You can hear me. Howdy, partner.
Check. Can you say something, Oleg?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Try again.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Did you hear that? Did you say something?
Yeah, I was just asking if you could hear me.
Say something again.
Oh,
There we go.
oh, it's working now?
Yeah, we've got you here.
Nice, nice.
And no
this
feedback.
isn't being live streamed or anything, is it? Oh, it is.
Yeah,
Oh,
we've
nice.
got you here. Thanks for testing with us.
This isn't being live. Oh, nice. I'm on YouTube. That's great. That's fantastic. No, that's cool. How's things going over at the festival?
We've got it going now. It's going okay. So we've
That's
got
cool.
you on
Is
mute
that in
now.
is that in a hockey rink?
It's a hockey rink downstairs, conference hall up here.
Hell yeah. That's awesome. Doesn't get more Canadian than that. All right, cool.
Go back to our scheduled programming here very shortly. Thank you, Oleg.
No problem, no problem.
I'm going to be giving a presentation on the integrated strain gauges project that we integrated into our rocket, Xenia 1. As you can see from the title, a lesson in implementation and iteration. Things didn't really go super smoothly, but we learned a lot and we got a lot of great technology out of it that we'll be applying to future rockets. There we go. Okay. So the motivation for this project, basically when you're launching your rocket, you're concerned about the loads during flight. And one of those loads is the bending. So the way we model our rocket, our upper fuselage in this case, is as a series of masses connected by springs. And so each mass is essentially it's a concentrated mass in the fuselage that may be bulk or a packer or maybe a telemetry system in the nose cone. And so those are our masses here. And in Xenia 1, we have 3. And the springs that connect them, those are the fuselage. And so as you're flying those masses around due to drag and inertial forces and that sort of thing, and these masses move around, and that causes these springs to bend. And again, that's our fuselage. So we want to know how much rocket is bending during flight so that we can properly design our fuselage to handle those loads. So we make our fuselages out of carbon fiber and fiberglass. It's laid up on a mand, so you essentially take big sheets of dry carbon fiber fabric, soak them in resin, and wrap them around an aluminum mandrel. And sure, you could just lay down 30 layers of carbon fiber. Your rocket would weigh 50 pounds just in fuselage, and it would survive every single flight condition you could throw at it. But we're engineers, so we want to, minimize cost, minimize weight, and spec our hardware appropriately. So we want to measure the stresses and bending in the fuselage so that we can pick the correct number of carbon fiber layers during launch. So the way we do that is with strain gauges. So as a lot of mechanical engineers and electrical engineers here know, strain gauges, they measure strain. But as a quick refresher, all they are is just a little piece of plastic with a conductive trace that goes back and forth. And so this is what it looks like. It's about the size of your fingernail. And the way this works is if you want to measure strain, which is just elongation, you can paste one of these strain gauges on whatever you want to measure the elongation of, and you run a current through that wire. And so if whatever you're measuring the strain of elongates, the wire gets longer and its resistance goes up, and you're able to measure that change in resistance as a change in voltage with some special electrical wiring. So before we began the project, we sort of broke down, we decided what we actually needed in the rocket to make this happen. It's kind of broken up into 5 sections. You have the actual wiring of the strain gauges in the fuselage, the wiring of the strain gauges to your actual data acquisition unit. And that data acquisition happens through a custom PCB that we designed. And once we have that data, we want to be able to analyze it. And so we wrote some pretty sweet software that will allow us to sort of visually see what's going on the rocket during flight. And then there's also the complexity of actually manufacturing the system when we make the real fuselage. Oops. Oh. I might need a keyboard for this. There we go. Okay, we're good. Okay, so starting with the wiring, this was sort of the biggest challenge of the entire project. We had 12 strain sensors, so that means 24 strain gauges total because each strain sensor is a Wheatstone half bridge. All that means is that when you have a change in resistance of the strain gauge, you can measure it as a change in voltage. That means you have 24 signal wires, 3 power wires, 3 ground wires. It's a mess, and it all has to fit inside the fuselage. So the way we decided to do it was actually embed all of the wiring and strain gauges directly into the fuselage itself and have exposed copper contact pads, which you can see here. And those are on the inner surface of the fuselage, and we can interface with those to read the data from the strain gauges. So our initial bulkhead design used a sort of clamping plate mechanism. So all it was a bulkhead that slipped into the fuselage nicely. It aligned with those copper pads. That green thing there is our stand-in PCB. And so the wires make contact with the copper pads. And all we need to do is make sure that those copper wires are pressed firmly against the copper pads. And that'll ensure that we can read the data. So the way we did that was with a sort of tapered plate here. The idea was you'd install the bulkhead, screw down this tapered plate, and it would squash all those wires outwards, making good contact. It didn't work. The tolerances were too tight. And with this design, once you had attached everything and screwed it all together, you essentially couldn't take it apart because the clamping plate had been squashed in there so tightly. So we needed a new design. The inspiration came from one late night of machining in the mech machine shop at UVic. I was installing a end mill in a collet for a milling machine, and I realized that they used an expanding mechanism to clamp on to their end mill in the collet. So I was like, hey, that's exactly what we're trying to do. So I did it in reverse instead. So we have a collet, same system, slides into place. The whole bulkhead can go into the fuselage. It's all nice and loose. And then you install a tapered clamping plate. Once everything is lined up, that expands the collet and forces the contact wires against those copper pads. And then we have a connection with everything. The nice thing about this was that it's super easy to install. There's no tight tolerances anywhere really. Since it's all essentially manufactured by hand, especially the fuselage, you can't have tight tolerances. So we needed a system that was robust enough to handle that. And this worked fantastic. As for the PCB, it was designed in KiCad. It's an open source EDA. Fantastic software that was quite a pleasure to learn and use. On our PCB, we have 12 HX711 24-bit analog to digital converters, and those take our strain, like our tiny strain voltage change, and they amplify it and they convert it to a digital signal that our flight computer can read. So we have 12 of these chips, one for each sensor. And then we sort of ran into an issue with the design. You know, we're kind of constrained by a 4.5-inch diameter PCB. That's what's going to fit in our rocket. And we needed to fit a ton of components on the board in order to make that happen. We also made things really difficult for ourselves by making it a circular PCB. Normally they're square or rectangular, and that's nice for routing wires, which are generally at 90 or 45 degrees. So to cut down on the number of components, rather than using the built-in voltage supply from the HX711, actually, as a side note, the reason why you need such a fancy power supply for reading strain gauges is that the actual change in voltage you measure from the strain gauge is really, really tiny. So if you supply a really noisy voltage to the strain gauges, you're just going to amplify it, garbage in, garbage out. So we need a stable reference voltage. And that's where the LT3042 came in. It's a very, very high quality, low noise power supply. We just have one of those for the entire PCB rather than using the built-in supply on each chip. So that cut down the number of components by about half and allowed us to solder the PCB without tearing our hair out because there was 4,000 tiny little components on the board. We ran into some more issues with the PCB, mainly in terms of actual software. So at the time, KiCad 5 didn't support radial layout. If you look at our PCB design, everything on it is radially laid out. And sure, I could go in and take every single footprint, every component, calculate the angle it was supposed to be at, punch the numbers in, calculate, do the trig, figure out where it goes on the circle, and I would have lost my mind doing it. It probably wouldn't have been that bad. It would take me like a couple of hours. However, why spend 2 or 3 hours doing that when I can spend 8 hours writing a Python program to do it for me? So that's what we did. KiCad is open source, so you can just go and look at the source code and figure out what you're allowed to do with it. And we wrote a short script that basically automatically lays out the entire PCB for you. All right, so continuing with the theme of software here, we wrote some rather interesting software basically to help us analyze the data that we got. So from our flight computer, we're going to get gyroscopic data, altitude, barometric data, and then also acceleration in X, Y, and Z. and of course, all of the strain gauge data. So the way the strain gauges are laid out is in sort of rings at each spring in the fuselage. And so we want to measure the amount of bending. So we place them circumferentially around those springs, evenly spaced. And the idea with that was that if you measure tension on two opposing strain gauges, then you know that the rocket is elongating. If you measure tension on one side and compression on one side, then you know the rocket is sort of bending in that direction. And we wanted the software to reflect that, because getting your 36 column Excel spreadsheet with 25,000 numbers in it, not easy to understand what's going on there. So we wrote some software in Python. It uses PyQt, which is a GUI making tool that's cross-platform. And then it also uses PyQt graph quite extensively. That's how we get our rendering that you can see here. The reason we used PyQt graph rather than something traditional like Matplotlib for graphing is that this uses OpenGL as the backend. So it's probably 10,000 times faster, I'd say. You can hit plus over 1,000 frames per second in 3D rendering, whereas Matplotlib, I don't even know if you can do that even at 1 frame per second. So I have my software on the laptop there. If you use a 4-finger swipe to the left, or yeah, I might be able to access it here as well. Maybe not. Okay, well, I can come and adjust it for you. All right, thank you. So in the software here, we've got a 3D window. This is just a plot that we can essentially load CAD models into. So I was able to convert the CAD models into STLs just like you would for printing. And then you can load them up in here as meshes and then manipulate them. So this supports any number of rockets. So here's a Starship model that one of our members, Arturo, modeled, and we'll use that for the demo. It allows you to load in logged data. So this would come from our flight computer. I just faked the data in Excel because we don't have any yet because we haven't tested the system in flight. So you can see here, this is sort of what we're expecting from the rocket. I've teased the data so that it looks better. But during flight, it will ascend. Each one of those colored rectangles is a strain sensor, and the color of it reflects sort of whether it's in tension or compression. And the goal with this was to allow us to sort of see what was happening to the rocket during flight, just to make things more visual. So you can see here, one side of the rocket is in compression, one side is in tension, so we know it's bending that way. And then we can go back and look at the raw readings and figure out exactly what kind of strains we're getting and stresses. This also supports live playback, and in the future, we may actually stream telemetry data from the rocket during flight and play it on the computer while the rocket is flying, which would be pretty sweet. Should I just take this? All right, so we have a system that is, in theory, fully functional. We've manufactured pretty much all the components, and now it's time to actually make the system. So it starts with layup. So that's what we call a fuselage layup. It's where you lay carbon fiber on a polished aluminum mandrel, and then when it's hardened, you pull it off the mandrel, and that's your fuselage. So we had to get our 30 or 40 wires onto the fuselage, or onto the mandrel, sorry, and then wrap our carbon fiber around that. So, we started out inside out painter's tape on the mandrel, and that allowed us to place all of our copper contacts and all our strain gauges, to which we were able to solder to keep things sort of organized. We used paper templates to help us lay everything out. So we take a flat sheet of paper, measure out where everything went, wrap it around the mandrel, and then we could use that as a guide. This is how we also avoided drill locations for bulkheads with radial screws, because we don't want to be drilling through a wire while we're actually making the fuselage. So knowing where those drill locations is absolutely key. Remember that for the future. We immediately had some issues when we were doing this with dangling wires. We had, dozens of wires all over the fuselage. that was going to be a nightmare when we were doing the layup. We were able to solve that with just some sewing thread that we wrapped all the way up the mandrel, and that kept everything tight against the mandrel. It also allowed us to adjust the wires just using a pair of tweezers around any drill locations. And as a final note, we just used some conformal coating on all of the exposed connections just because carbon fiber is conductive. Here's us. We started soldering everything at 2 in the afternoon. And, things were going well. And we're like, oh, okay, a couple more hours, we'll be ready to do the layup. At 11:30 p.m., we finished the soldering. And we were on a crunch. So we stayed there till 2:30 in the morning at the university making our fuselage. You can see how tired and happy we look that it's over. But it turned out really well, and we had a blast. Domino's Pizza made a lot of money that night. So here's the final product. So we've got our bulkhead, PCB. These are the actual manufactured components now. It all assembles super nice. On the left here, this was an initial test of the PCB, just some strain gauges on a piece of carbon fiber that were bending, and you can see just how sensitive they are. And I actually have the physical bulkhead here if anybody wants to come and look at it afterwards. So there were a lot of things that went wrong. As I alluded to before, it's important to know where your drill locations are. There were some holes in our fuselage that were not in CAD, and some holes that we were not expecting to have to add. And so once the fuselage was manufactured, we had to drill almost a dozen extra holes and ended up drilling through almost all of our wires. You can see here on this picture, a sad broken wire in the hole there. So we lost most of the sensors that way, and we did not have time to make another fuselage. Another issue we ran into was all of these wires wrapping around inside the fuselage actually created a bit of a Faraday cage, so that messed with our antennas a bit. It wasn't an issue for our telemetry unit because it uses a patch antenna on the outside, but our GPS antenna on the inside sort of suffered some signal loss, so we were able to fix that just by extending its cable and moving it below all of the wiring. Another annoyance we had was on the PCB, each chip used 2-wire communication, and we were able to sort of hack things to use half the number of wires, but that's another story. Next time, we'll put a microcontroller or something on the board or use I2C chips so that we can just have 2-wire communication with the PCB. There were a lot of things that went well. So even though the system isn't super functional on this rocket, we learned a ton. This call it sort of bulkhead design is going to be, I think, somewhat pivotal in cubic rocketry's future, hopefully. What we're sort of envisioning possibly happening is we have an entire post and plate assembly, so bulkheads and posts in between, one long assembly for the upper fuselage, and rather than having dozens and dozens of radial set screws that are very difficult to get in the fuselage accurately, we'll instead just install the whole assembly, screw the collets on either end down, and it will clamp in place in the fuselage. We still need to test that, obviously. Another thing we wanted to do possibly was actually have all of our wiring between bulkheads be integrated into the fuselage using similar contact pads. So all the bulkheads would share sort of a cylindrical PCB, if you will, in the form of the actual fuselage. And so we're super excited about that. Another thing is that the PCB we designed is actually better than most of the commercial off-the-shelf ones that you can buy using that same chip because it uses a much higher quality power supply. Finally, the software is super flexible, and we're already adding to it so that it can be used as a full ground station and plot all of our live telemetry data during flight. That is all. I hope you enjoyed. And if you have any questions, please come to our booth. We have lots of other cool projects on the go that we'd love to talk about. Thank you.
What's also great is we have time for questions now. So not only can you go at the booth later, but you can also ask some now. So are there any questions from the audience or the live stream audience at the moment? If none, I do have some for you. So depending on the strain results that you will obtain, what will be your approach updating your design in consequence?
Sorry, what was the start of that question?
So depending on the strain results you obtain from your airframe, how are you going to update your design in consequence? What is your planned approach to that?
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. So there's kind of two limiting features of a fuselage. One of them is bulkhead tear out. or radial screw tearout. So on our recovery bulkhead in the rocket, we experience a really, really high load during recovery. That's from the parachute inflating. And those bulkheads inside the fuselage are held in with set screws. And so one limiting aspect is how much force does it take to drag those set screws through the fuselage and tear it open? So that's one factor. And the other is bending. So we'll basically be able to see, is set screw tearout or is bending the limiting feature for how many layers we need on the fuselage? Another thing we'll be doing going forward with the data is updating our bending model. So our flight dynamics lead, Claire, created basically a hand calc bending model that is sort of the basis of the system for why we're creating it. That data that we get will allow us to verify that model.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. I do have a follow-up question for you. You mentioned the location of the holes in your airframe is critical, and it's reasonable to assume that even if you move away from radial holes, you'll have some holes somewhere in your airframe or in a bulkhead. In the future, how do you plan on ensuring proper dimensioning and tolerancing of those holes?
That's a good question. In the original design, so when we made the fuselage with the wiring, when we did the actual layup, we laid paper templates around that marked all of the drill locations. And since all the wires were held down with sewing thread, we could sort of gently adjust them around those drill locations. That worked great. We actually, I don't think, drilled through maybe one wire out of dozens and dozens of holes. The reason we drilled through so many wires was because the holes that we drilled through them on were the ones that were not in CAD at the time of manufacture. So we had no way to plan around them when we made it.
Fantastic. Thank you for your answers. If there's no other questions, question in the back.
This is really exciting. My degree's in chemicals, so instead of building rockets, my colleagues all went and made beer. So, what's the data rate for your strain measurements?
Oh, that's a good question. It's 80 hertz.
80 hertz.
Yep.
Okay. That's going to create a fair amount of data for you to crunch through. Are they just resistance type strain gauges?
Yes, they are, but they're in a Wheatstone half bridge configuration, so we have temperature compensation.
Okay, and that feeds just directly into a digital analog.
Analog
to
digital
converter.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Do you have a sense of the accuracy?
In terms of which respect?
Of the strain measurements themselves?
No, we would have to calculate those when we do tensile tests of sections of carbon fiber. We'd need to do that anyways to get the Young's modulus and things like that as well.
Cool.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also have an additional question for you. What is the perspective and what is the thermal resistance of this idea? And could you incorporate it to combustion chambers to look at thermal dilation and the strains resulting on the combustion chamber of a propulsion system?
That's an interesting thought. We had actually considered putting a whole bunch of thermocouples on our hybrid engine combustion chamber and just using the same software to get a heat map of things. As for actual strain measurements on a combustion chamber, I'm not sure. Those strain gauges that we have they're plastic. They may be some form of Kapton, so they're relatively heat resistant. You can solder to them, so they're at least good to 350 degrees. Maybe not hot enough for the inside of a combustion chamber, but maybe the outside would be okay. I'm not sure.
Interesting, thank you. And if the audience wants to know when and where these results will be published, when is your expected flight and where can we find the results of that flight?
So we should be flying hopefully Tuesday or Wednesday this week at Launch Canada. Like I said, most of the sensors got drilled through. So as we're collecting any actual data, it's not really going to happen on this flight, but future rockets for sure.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Any other questions in the audience? Amazing. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Can you guys hear me? I'm just gonna need a slight bit of feedback here to know whether or not I'm talking into the void. Anything at all. Maybe one, maybe a two, maybe a hell yeah.
Hello? Can you hear us?
Yes, yes, yes. How's it going?
Yes.
All good?
I think your video is frozen. Oh, your video is frozen right now. But we
Oh,
can hear
beautiful.
you.
You can hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Well, it's okay. Everyone's seen too much of my face anyway. So, how's it going, everybody? I guess I could put on some slides. I don't know. Do you guys want to see some slides? I can put on some slides.
I think that would be a good idea. Go right ahead.
Let's see if it works. Sure. Let's share this screen. Can you guys see that? Does that happen? Is that working?
We don't see the slides just, oh, no, there it is. We see your slides now.
Oh, beautiful. Fantastic. Well, the GIFs are definitely not going to work, but all right. So hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to be here today at Launch Canada, and big congratulations to the huge team that put this together. This has been like a dream many years in the making, and I'm very, very happy to see it come to fruition. You know, like great job, Adam, and also the rest of the team. Like, it's fantastic. I'm very happy that this is happening in Canada, and it's, you know, a great honor to be a part of it. So thank you very much, guys, for having us along. So I'm just, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Oleg Kalimonov. I've been part of the Space Concordia for quite a little bit now, and we've been working on a pretty cool project. And I'm here today to just tell you a little bit about that and perhaps answer some questions. So without further ado, yeah, so here it is. Here's the rocket. Here's a Project Starsailor. He's our flagship launch vehicle. It's a 12-meter rocket with a target altitude of about 135 kilometers, reaching a maximum speed of Mach 5.9 and carrying a payload capacity of about 65 kilos. So our mission for the past few years has been to design a vehicle that can reach space. You know, this is an incredibly difficult feat of engineering. You know, as all of you here know today, that launching rockets is not easy. It's a hard job. You know, it requires a lot of systems engineering. It requires a lot of teams coming together. And it requires, you know, kind of, in many cases, taking a leap of faith. You know, that you can't always test everything, at least not in a tight time frame. You know, so it's quite, it requires. In the modern world of engineering, we have advantages like, you know, CAD and simulations and stuff like that. So we can do a lot of the work beforehand. But at one point, you know, when push comes to shove, you got to try something out, right? So we have decided to kind of take this one step further and build something that can actually go to space. And because we're a bunch of sadists here on the team, we wanted to do it in the most difficult way possible by building it with a liquid rocket engine. So let's see. So yes, here's the mission patch, Starsailor, doing the impossible, because already reaching space, going like, what is it? Like 15 times higher than we've ever been before. And then doing it with the largest rocket engine ever built by students and doing it with the most complex propellant combination possible. Why not? You know, why not? So yes, doing the impossible. That has been our tagline for the past few years, and it's actually coming together. So here's a couple of details about the rocket. You know, you can see that we have we roll the rocket for stability. You know, we use a carbon ablative combustion chamber technology. That's a fun one. We've got the whole camera array within the rocket. You know, something on the order of 14 cameras, different cameras, 360-degree cameras, cameras in the nose cone, cameras on the parachutes. Pretty nice. We're going to see some great footage from space. We have naked tanks, which means it's not nudity, it's not profane. It's just the tanks are the fuselage itself. You know, help save a lot of weight. They're welded aluminum. We make all our own valves, all our own fittings now. We started off with a lot of purchased components, but at one point you kind of start to learn a lot and realize you can make them a lot smaller yourself. Yeah, we have a D-spin system. We're able to house 4 3U CubeSats as well as some extra payload. Those are like the more voluminous payloads, but we're also launching a couple of science experiments and some commercial payloads as well. We've got extra payload space in the nose cone, as well as a recovery system. Yeah, we have a supersonic reentry parachute because we are entering Earth's atmosphere. And what goes up must come down at pretty much the same speed. So it's nice to have a little drogue chute to keep you from going terminal. Antenna that was built in-house by some very clever people on the team. And again, this is just reiterating some of the stats that I've already told you about earlier, so I'm not going to dwell too much on that. We are here. So right now we're kind of like in the integrated testing phase where we've been testing every single component independently, you know, like we've done a lot of small scale samples, you know, like well test, full test, whatever, hydrostatic, whatever, of like tanks or like composites or God knows what, you know, kind of figuring out layup sequences, so on and so forth. And now it's kind of like when everything's coming together and we're doing the full system test. So like we're testing the rocket on the launch tower, we're testing the plumbing, we're testing the this, the that. You know, it's that level that we're at now, and then after that, it's just going to be cold flow. Like basically, we're embarking in the cold flows cryos of the rocket, full stack, and then it's a stage test and launch. You know, so it's very exciting. Oh, here's one of our MVPs on the team, Trailer Tom. He's my favorite member. So this is our test stand that we built quite a while ago, and he's been through a lot, you know, since actually this picture. He's done cold flows, cryos, I think 8 fires up to date, going on 9 soon. So he's been he's pretty beefy boy. He can handle up to, I believe, 250 kilos of propellant, and is rated to about 120 kilonewtons of thrust. And depending on the size of engine that you put on it, like at a 40 kilonewton engine, it can burn for about 12 to 15 seconds. But if you go down, let's say half 20 kilonewton, you can burn for longer. And also there's, you know, they can be very easily doubled in capacity if you wanted to pursue that. So here's an example of some of the tests that we do on the team. You know, we do a hydrostatic test, you know, just make sure things can handle the pressure. I mean, with rockets, liquids, even, you know, hybrids, you know, pressure is a thing. So we do cold flows. There's a picture of our old injector right there going through a cold flow test. Let's just make sure you have the right pressure drop and flow rate characteristics. Up atop is a cryo flow. We've created our own method of doing cryos, which is pretty neat, helps simulate the ignition of a rocket engine. And obviously the loudest ones are the hot fires down at the bottom. Those ones are fun. Those are great. Yeah, can't look directly at it. Those are pretty cool. And Trailer Tom. Yeah. So here's a picture of Tom and our engine. And actually, we're proud to say that if I'm not mistaken, I think we still hold the record for like one of the most powerful rocket engines ever built by students. And it's also our first. So woohoo! They always tell you to start small, but sometimes you gotta start big. Oh yeah, there's a video. I mean, we could play it. You guys have probably already seen it. I've seen it a whole bunch of times. It's beautiful. That's what it looks like when things go wrong. I don't know if you guys can see this video or not, or if it's choppy as hell, but I'm sure like all the yellow everywhere is probably driving the point home. So believe it or not, this is when the engine exploded, and see all that fire in the back? It's not supposed to be there. And yet it still managed to find a way to produce 15 kilonewtons of thrust. We don't actually know what the max thrust was. The load cells, everything kind of broke. So it's really there's a lot of interpolation here. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, you know, but the thing is, you can never give up, never surrender. You know, just because things are hard doesn't mean it's not worth it. You know, we bit down the bullet, we got back to work, and then we rebuilt the test stand and all of its problems, and we fired again 2 weeks later, and here we go. We can see super stable ignition. You know, it's not bad at all. It's pretty good, dare I say. You know, much better than the previous one at least, and. Yeah, we're getting some very, very stable combustion. A lot of the shakiness is actually just due to the camera itself. We put it in, our bunker's name is Jerry, and we have a big steel plate with a hole in it we call Jerry Jr. So that's where the camera's in now. So the camera's got a little bit of shake to it. But you know, it's constant. It's all about constant improvement. You know, you always got to step yourself up. Just keep pushing harder, keep trying more stuff. And here you can see full max pressure, max flow rate, full flow rate flush on our boilerplate engine. It's a nice one. It's a good test right there. One of the better ones that we did. And yeah, there's the flight engine right there. So so since then we've been working very hard. Oh no, we've seen the video. Can you please? There we go. Yeah, so we've been working very hard. We've got our new test site all sized up. Here it is in Mirabel, Quebec. You guys can all come and see it actually if you'd like to be like a checkout. If you guys want to help out with a hot fire, please. We got lots of sandbags to fill. And there's a post of chief barbecue officer, you know, like, so one of the things is, you know, when you're working out in the sun, it's nice to have a barbecue going. So if anyone's a good cook, you know, we're hiring. But yeah, so here's our test site. What else? Oh yeah, we got our launch tower. Launch tower is really cool. Big Ben, we call it, named after the designer and I guess the clock too. And Jerry, the bunker, is also a truck. So now whenever he's on the road towing the launch tower, it's Ben and Jerry, right? So better than well, you know, and Trailer Tom and Jerry. We like names here in Space Concordia. But yeah, so here's Ben. He's our launch tower. Pretty cool dude. Total height is about 22 meters tall. I think that's like, what, 70, 80 feet? Actually, we had some minor modifications, which ended up being pretty major in the past couple tests. We noticed some issues, some interference issues, and some damage that occurred. And we decided to size some components up. So I think it might end up being like an 80-foot tall launch tower now. So we're currently in the process of upgrading our launch tower and kind of just beefing everything up. Because why not? When it's supposed to launch a 650 kilo hypersonic missile to outer space, you might as well make the platform pretty big, right? So yeah, there's some of our tests that we've been doing here. Yes, this is a good slide right here. So we're planning on launching in Churchill, but we might actually be launching a bit closer. There's been some interesting developments, nothing confirmed yet, but you know, we're looking at other sources closer by, as well as perhaps even a couple interesting options that opened up in the US. So, you know, that's not off the table, but we would actually personally, on the team, I think we would all prefer a Canadian launch. You know, this is something that that we've worked very hard for, and it would be a shame to just become one of the many that try to launch to space in the US where it's been done before, whereas you can help lay a foundation here in Canada. So that's what I think we're going to try to aim for. But, you know, we'll see. We're like water, man. Despite the fact that we're trying to do the hard thing, you got to take the path of least resistance. So yeah, here's another glory shot of the Black Brant launch site. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful facility. Those tunnels there, at first we thought they were for the cold, but now I start to think that they're for the polar bears. So yeah, that's the old Black Brant launch site up in Churchill, Manitoba. This is one of the options, but many places that we can launch out of. One of the advantages of we originally designed to launch out of the desert, and one of the best things about launching out of the desert is if you can launch out of the desert, you can launch out pretty much anywhere. And yeah, pretty much anywhere. Actually, you know what's funny? The thing is, we could launch out of Churchill. We can launch out of Churchill probably any time of the year. It gets pretty cold. The thing is, the limit is actually not the rocket. The rocket can launch in like minus 30 degrees, no problem. It's the people. The people can't launch in that temperature. You know, the people start to shut down. So yeah, so that's why we've been looking at some alternate launch sites, seeing as Churchill's starting to get cold now. And if we didn't want to wait till starts warming up again next year, you know, we've got some alternative options. So that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah, so that's kind of a bit it for the summary. Thank you guys very much for your time and your attention. I guess now would be a good opportunity to open up a question period if you guys wanted to do that. You know, like we've got some cool things that we've done, and yeah, wondered if you guys had any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Oleg. Really appreciated the Galaxy Quest reference. Never give up, never surrender. Definitely something you should do if you're trying to do the impossible. So are there any questions from the audience for Oleg? Yes, please go ahead. Let me get you the mic.
Hi, my name is Paula. Thank you so much for your talk. You mentioned at the beginning of your presentation that you guys chose to do a liquid propellant. Can you go a little bit more into depth on why that is arguably like the hardest and why you chose to do that? I mean, obviously, besides just asking if you can, but yeah, like why is it the hardest? What makes it so difficult to work with or to use and stuff like that? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So you know what? You bring up a good point. Maybe I should think twice before I speak. So the thing is, it can be the hardest. You can make it the hardest. You know, you can also make it pretty easy. You know, so for example, is a little liquid fuel rocket engine that I don't know, Joe Schmo builds in their backyard more harder than the solid rocket booster that goes on the space shuttle? Arguably not, right? So that is a bigger, harder thing to do. But in theory, they can be more difficult because you're playing with timings, right? You're playing with there's a pretty difficult thing about liquid rocket engines that doesn't really exist in solids and hybrids is ignition transients, right? So hybrids do have ignition transients, especially if you like play with the propellants or you use like different sort of additives and stuff like that. Same thing goes with liquids, but liquids is like, it's like solids, no control, full ease, right? Liquids, full control, like no ease, right? You know, because when you introduce a fuel or an oxidizer first, you know, that can that can change the reaction rate, that can change your temperatures, that can change back pressure, ignition spike, you know, completeness of combustion, depending on how much oxidizer you have, how much fuel you have when you introduce your oxidizer. And you know, playing with rocket engines and looking at the data, at first, I remember when we built our first test stand, we had a data sample of 80 hertz, right? So 80 samples a second. And we thought that was a lot. In fact, the avionics guy on the team, we kept pushing for more and more. And I was like, dude, it's fine. Like 80 samples a second, like who needs that more than that, right? And then when we started doing engine tests, you know, you look into the time frame and you just can't see enough. So even now we're at like 2,000 samples per second and we still want a little bit more. We're like looking at each other like, do you think we can get 3? So you'd be amazed what can happen in just like 50, 30, 20 milliseconds. You know, it's actually very interesting data. So, and when you do a lot of liquid stuff, you really kind of zoom in there because, you know, your timings, especially when you're developing pumps or like igniters and stuff like that, you know, you have control of both liquids and you can control the pressures of both of them, you know, with various valves, pressure, like pumps, regulators, that kind of stuff. So you really get, you're basically given a full easel, like it's the full edition, you know, none of the DLC like paywall nonsense that exists. You can just go in and play with whatever you want. So yeah, the reason why we ended up doing it is there was once this competition that was announced like quite a while ago called the Space 11 Space Challenge, you know, and that was to launch a rocket to outer space for $1 million. And the requirement was that it needed to be a solid stage liquid. So what was really funny is us on the team, we had always been wanting to launch a rocket to outer space. In fact, we were discussing this like when we built Maurice, you know, it was like the first rocket I ever built. 10K solid. We were like, you know what, guys? Wouldn't it be amazing if we could go to space? And then it was like so nice. And we're like, this is cool, but wouldn't it be amazing if we could go to space? And then the Base 11 Space Challenge was announced. And lo and behold, we were like, finally, an easy way to go to space. Liquid rocket engine. How hard could it be? There's a 70-page PDF that's available on the internet that tells you everything. Well, and here we are. 4 years later, but so it wasn't as easy as it seemed, but it has been one hell of a ride. And you know, we broke a few records along the way and made some friends and made a lot of noise, you know, so, and learned a thing or two, hopefully. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'm sorry, does that answer your question? I think I went on a bit of it.
Yeah, Paula is nodding to me that you answered her question very thoroughly. I think we have a question from the online viewers.
Carbon fiber epoxy, carbon fiber phenolic. It's a bunch of different things, honestly. It's like a composite. There's many different layers. There's phenolic in there. Yeah, phenol formaldehyde. There's like carbon fiber. There's silica. There's like a whole bunch of different stuff, different epoxies. Like, it's a composite. What do you want? Like, and especially when there's like more than one part to it. I mean, here, can we open the presentation? Oh, whatever, it's closed. But yeah, it's a whole bunch of different things, and it's really, you got to tweak it to whatever you're running, you know. So like depending on what temperatures you're running, pressures, flow rates, propellants, oxidizer fuel ratios, you're going to want to change all of those things. You know, this is kind of the thing. It's much like an injector or igniter is unique to each engine. Its cooling methods are also unique to each engine. So when you're playing with composites, it's more the chemistry, really. The structural part is cool. That's the easy part. But when you're talking about like chemical breakdown and, you know, like ablation rates and stuff like that, that's really, you're tailoring it to, you're more like an alchemist really than or a chemist than a stupid mechanical engineer. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff, a bunch of different parts in there. I hope that answers your question. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any more questions from the audience, or either in person in Cochrane or virtually? If not, we at the Cochrane team have some questions for you. So regarding design and launch, what are some regulatory hurdles that a project such as Star Sailor must comply with?
Well, that's an interesting question, actually. So regulatory hurdles we need to comply with. So actually, we need to comply with all the same requirements that like launch companies need to apply to, because we're launching from Canadian soil to space. You know, you need to create NODAMs, notice to airmen. You need to create safety clear zones. You need to produce like casualty expectance documents. You need to do your system hazard analysis. Like you got to do everything. You got to do everything you got to do for a real launch, right? So like we were actually, I believe, above the class 3 amateur waiver for the FAA. So this is actually, we're in class 4, which is like the real, you know, like the same. I know I mentioned the solid rocket boosters for the space shuttle, and like that's like way out of our league, but technically if you look at the classes, it's the same thing, right? So it's like that's like way bigger than anything that we're doing at the moment. But yeah, it's kind of that. So you kind of have to just do the. It's no longer just like a student project, right? It's just like this is the real thing. Like you gotta do what the big boys do, because you're all grown up now. This is kind of you're talking to government, you're talking to Transport Canada, you're talking to all the various agencies that you need to talk to, like launching out of Cochrane. You know, you got to talk to the mayor, you got to talk to the manager of the wildlife reserve. You know, you got to talk to like all the people that you're flying over, like all this stuff, like airports. You know, you got to get the high weather data, so you got to launch weather balloons. You know, get all that kind of stuff. It's all these approvals. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's definitely a learning experience. It's weird. I feel like a lot like the guys at Spaceport and Launch Canada don't get enough credit for what happens behind the scenes. There's a lot that goes on to make these things fly. It's not just the engineering, you know. So yeah, it's quite a bit, but it's nice getting a taste of all that. You know, it's kind of like prepares you for the real world, right? So it's cool. It's cool. A lot cool. Did that answer your question?
Absolutely, yeah. It's not just the engineering. It's definitely a great point to make about where the ethics of design come from. Any questions that have come in so far? Or if not, we've got another one. Speaking of engineering, from a systems engineering perspective, could you share some tips and tricks to other design teams in the audience on how to manage the development of such a complex engineering project? And I know we've got a few members of some student rocket teams in here, so we'd love to hear what you have to say about that.
Oh yeah, dude. Yes, excellent. Okay, if I can give a few tips, just keep it fucking simple, like as simple as possible. Just keep it so stupid. Make anything that could be made passive, make it passive. You know, like, dude, life is hard enough already. Like, why make your life difficult? You know, aim for low-hanging fruit. You know, get as much good as you can for as little effort as possible. You know, and overall, that's going to come together and it's going to make something nice. You know, if you try to overcomplicate your life or force a solution onto a problem just because, I don't know, it's cool or it's fun or whatever, but it doesn't make sense, that's not engineering. That's you know, ego, right? Engineering is about, you gotta find the best solution for the problem, you know, not the inverse, right? So that's one piece of advice. Test early, test often. You know, just test as fast as you can, test as much as you can. That's like really, you know, design could be great on paper, but if it's on paper, it doesn't exist. So that technically you've done nothing. So just do as much testing as possible. Do as much like as you can. One test result is worth 1,000 simulations. And 2 test results, my God, now you got a line. So that's great. What else? Just a bunch of stuff. Communication. See, like team management, engineering, it's just like a relationship, you know, honesty and communication, and you'll be fine. You know, everybody's just got to talk to everybody. You know, you can't silo things out. That's how you make things cloudy, miscommunication, everything goes to shit. You know, you want people talking to each other. You want the structures guys talking to the avionics guys and the flight performance guys and the recovery guys. They all got to talk to each other, because then it's all going to come together and nothing's going to fit. Or they're like, oh, I thought that we were accelerating. We had like 4 Gs of acceleration and not 40 Gs of acceleration. You know, there's going to be all these problems that show up at the end. So even though they might not like to talk, and they're like, oh, it's a waste of time, I just got to focus on my work, you got to get them in the same room together, and you got to try good communication and like solid lines between them, and then things are going to fit smoothly together. That's essentially systems engineering at the end of the day. And on supermassive companies, you know, when they subcontract everything out, that's why there's also a lot of problems, because when two things come together, that one's built by company A and one's built by company B, when they come together, they don't fit all the time unless your requirements are really, really good. And if they're really, really good, it takes a long time and a lot of extra engineering costs just to make them fit together. So if you just have an open line of dialogue where engineers can constantly check fit, you know, like talk, is this okay? Is that okay if I change this? Does it affect this? Then yeah. And rockets are beautiful because like the more you dive into it, you know, especially when you're working on like propulsion systems or control systems and stuff like that, you really start to learn and realize how everything affects everybody. You know, you change the thrust, or like you change the weight of one thing. Now you've changed the thrust to weight. Now you've changed the drag versus time of your vehicle. Now you've changed the stability. So, you know, it affects it, and now it's changed your loads, which changes your structure again. So it's like everything kind of ties into each other. So it's important that you have these strong bonds between different members and different leads of the team so that they're able to really kind of work the problem out together and see things as they come.
So in summary, keep it as simple as possible, test early and test often, and like in a relationship, communicate. I think that's pretty much good advice for anywhere in engineering that you do engineering. And we've got a couple minutes left. I was wondering if you had could just quickly answer our last question, which is what kind of culture do you foster within your team to ensure the success of Star Sailor? So you've already talked about these principles of systems engineering, but how about the softer interpersonal side of things? How is that done at Space Concordia?
I don't know. You know, like that's a question you have to ask the team. I only have one point of view, you know, but I don't know. I think we all really love each other. You know, we love working with each other. You know, one of the things that I admire the most is like every single person on the team inspires me. You know, I'm so grateful, you know, to be on the team that I am now. Like, I often tell this to people, actually. I often tell this because people tell me like, oh, it must be nice being team captain. And like, a lot of people think that people get inspiration on the team from me, from like leadership and stuff like that. But actually, it's quite the opposite. You know, I've had the privilege of being in the position where I'm, in fact, a lead of leaders, you know? My team, like the leads on the team, they're incredible. They all have different leadership styles, and they all have different ways of doing stuff. And I've learned so much from the people on my team about how they solve problems, you know, how they communicate with each other, how they manage the team. And I learn so much from them every day, you know, and I feel like it's just a very good environment where everyone's kind of teaching each other, you know, everyone's supporting each other. Everyone's there for each other. I remember one day when someone had lost a threaded rod in the cage, and it had to go to a lab to get like, it was used for a jig for filament winding one of our combustion chambers. And like, it was gone. It was just out of here, man. Like we searched everything. We searched the test site. We searched the shipping container. And he was there searching for like 4 hours during the day. And he needed that threaded rod. It was like, it was a really uncommon one. Couldn't get it at Home Depot, whatever. And it was required to assemble a jig so that it could be filament wound the next day at 9 a.m. or 6 a.m. So immediately, everyone who heard about it just ran into the workshop and tore the entire place apart looking for it. The moment they heard this one guy suffering, they're like, not gonna happen. And they all showed up to help him out, you know? And that's the best thing about being on a team like this is it's not the captain doesn't go down the ship. We all stay on board and we grab a bucket, you know? And it's great. It's awesome. I love being part of this team. It's been, wouldn't have done it this long if it wasn't this good. So hope that answers your question.
The rocket was the friends that we made along the way. Thank you. We're out of time, but thank you so much for coming on and speaking to us in Cochrane. Hope you have a great day. And for the rest of the people here in person, we're going to talk about the 2 favorite words of every Rocketeer, launch and lunch. Lunch is going to be served right now, right here. So let's go and eat. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thank you very much. Take care.
It is now my honor to present, if I get the go, fantastic. It is now my honor to present the next presenters. We've got James and got Sloan from UBC Rocket. So in short introduction, UBC Rocket is a student engineering design team at the University of British Columbia dedicated to the design, manufacture, and launch of suborbital rockets. At Spaceport America Cup in 2017, they won the 10K commercial off-the-shelf category with their Cypress rocket. In 2019, they placed third at Spaceport with their Sky Pilot in the 30K COTS category. And the team's eventual goal is to send a rocket to the edge of space, a space shot, at about 100 kilometers or 300,000 feet up. Being with us today, and have a nice round of applause for our guests.
Hello. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Sloan. That's James. We're both members of the Whistler Blackcomb team on UBC Rocket. So today we're going to be presenting a comparative study of heat flux modeling for a regeneratively cooled liquid bipropellant rocket engine. All right. So the problem. This is just basically a high-level overview of the presentation. So what we're trying to do is model the heat flux of our liquid bipropellant rocket engine. We plan on doing this using Cantera simulation software, as well as numerous heat flux correlations. And what we found is that regenerative and film cooling combined should be sufficient for cooling our liquid bipropellant.
In diameter, and fully loaded, it weighs almost 900 kilograms. Whistler is powered by our very own student-designed liquid bipropellant engine that burns liquid kerosene, liquid oxygen, and RP1 kerosene. It's designed to burn for 36 seconds with a thrust of 36 kilonewtons. And as you can imagine, there are significant design challenges associated with this rocket engine building, testing, and firing such a rocket engine. As you can imagine, the incredible heat from such a rocket engine burning for over 30 seconds is enough to melt almost all conventional materials. And a solution for managing the heat and maintaining the structural integrity of the rocket engine is absolutely critical to its success. A number of cooling methods are commonly used on reusable liquid rocket engines, the most prominent of which are regenerative cooling and heavy film cooling, which we'll explore in the presentation today. By far the most challenging parameter to nail down when designing a liquid rocket engine is accurately determining the heat flux along the length of the engine. Next, Sloan will present the various analytical equations and simulations that we've used to design our combination film cooling and regen cooling engine for our Whistler Blackcomb space shot rocket.
Okay, so before we understand how we calculate heat flux, it's important to understand how we calculate combustion gas properties. And so the most common way to do that is using NASA's chemical equilibrium with application software, more commonly known as CEA. But the problem with this software is that it's not very user-friendly, and it uses a node coding language called Fortran, which isn't great. So instead, we opted for the lesser-known but still very good Cantera simulation software. They both calculate combustion gas properties. They're both open source, and can both use the same species in the calculations. So very comparable. This here is kind of a table of the data, the combustion gas properties we calculated with both simulation softwares, and we found that they're quite similar. It's a little tricky to see, but basically negligible difference between the two. So Cantera was a good decision. Finally, the three models we used to calculate heat flux were the Bart's equation, the Dittus-Boelter equation, and the Sider-Tate equation. So heat transfer correlations. Basically, the Sider-Tate equation is only really good when there's small property variations. So not great when there's large property variations, like in a rocket engine. The Dittus-Boelter equation, on the other hand, is much better with large property variations, so should yield more accurate results. But the best is the Bart's equation. The Bart's equation is actually derived from the Sider-Tate equation, and it's very good at large property variations, and it accounts for things like the boundary layer. This is kind of just a more simplified version of the Bart's equation using non-dimensional parameters. And as you can kind of see, it's pretty similar to the Sider-Tate equation. So you can see how one's basically derived off the other. And finally, this is just the Bart's free stream equation. It accounts for more boundary layer conditions. So yeah, this is kind of the crux of our research. This is kind of really important to know to understand what we're doing. First off, all three Bart's correlations agree within 5%. The lowest of that being the Bart's free stream equation. Two of them, the Bart's free stream equation and the Bart's using Cantera, were both calculated using Cantera. The third was Bart's using CEA. Next, the Sider-Tate equation agreed with the Bart's correlation to within 15%. That's not great, but it's better than the Dittus-Boelter equation. And that would make sense because it accounts for larger property variations. Finally, the Dittus-Boelter equation agreed with the Bart's correlation to only within 30%. Given that it has less property variation, or it's less accurate with larger property variations, this also makes sense. Additionally, if we think about all three correlations from kind of a first principles understanding of rocket nozzles, some of you may know that the maximum heat flux in a rocket nozzle will be at the throat. And if you see here, the apex of all three correlations coincides at the same position as the throat. So that makes sense. All right, next, frozen versus equilibrium correlations. So frozen basically means that the molar fractions of the compounds along the length of the nozzle are constant, where equilibrium basically means that the molar fractions along the length of the nozzle are variable. So as you progress the reaction through the combustion chamber and the nozzle, there'll be different proportions of compounds. So there'll be less liquid oxygen in the exhaust than there is at the very front of the combustion chamber. As you can see through these two correlations, there's a negligible difference between the two. The OF ratio, by contrast, or oxidizer to fuel ratio, has a much more significant impact on heat flux. The one on the left is basically when we keep the same mass flow rate constant and we vary the proportions of oxidizer and fuel. The one on the right is when we change the overall mass flow rate by changing the proportion of oxidizer that's reacting. As you can see, by changing the oxidizer flow rate, there's a more significant impact on heat flux. And when we compare it to the frozen versus equilibrium correlations, we see that the OF ratio is actually a lot more significant in impacting heat flux. What does that mean for us? What does that mean for the future of Whistler-Blackcomb engine? Well, it basically means that when we conduct hot fire tests, we want to focus more on getting better data for the OF ratio. And it's not as important that we get better data for the different proportions of compounds within our engine because, as you can see, it just doesn't play as significant a factor in heat flux. Next, carbon deposition. So this is another factor that affects heat flux. It's basically when carbon builds up in the combustion chamber or nozzle, and it can reduce heat flux by 40 to 60%. Reduction in heat flux is good, but carbon deposition is really hard to predict. So that's not so good. It also can disrupt flow. The way we accounted for carbon deposition in our calculations is through the equation on your right there. Next, recirculation. So recirculation is basically when the gas velocity near the wall is a lot faster than the average cross-sectional velocity within the combustion chamber. That basically means that the gas is flowing back up through the combustion chamber and passing by the wall multiple times. And so there's a larger opportunity for heat to transfer to the wall. And that can increase heat flux, so much so that we think it'll increase heat flux by 74%, which is quite significant. Lastly, wall temperature. So the liquid, the kerosene that's circling around our engine, has a boiling point of 618 Kelvin. And that would make sense. It would make sense for the outer surface of our wall to also be 618 Kelvin because it's circling around our engine. We also know the inside temperature of the gas, and so we can use those two values to back calculate the equilibrium temperature of the wall, which at the throat, or the maximum point of heat flux and also the maximum temperature, will be 897 Kelvin. So that'll be the maximum heat in our wall. What does this all mean for our engine, and what's the final heat flux? Well, we predict that the heat flux at the throat will be 12 megawatts per square meter, and in the combustion chamber, it'll be 4.5 to 9 megawatts per square meter. So quite a bit. We also learned that it's dependent on numerous factors, like the OF ratio, recirculation, and carbon deposition. But we also learned that there's a negligible difference between the frozen and equilibrium correlations. Finally, cooling method. Through our calculations, we believe that a combination of regenerative cooling around the throat and the combustion chamber, as well as film cooling, should be sufficient for cooling the Whistler-Blackcomb engine. Now, that study was actually done a little while ago, and since then, we've also made some progress in our understanding of regenerative cooling. Initially, we planned on doing a straight channel design, but we also realized that there's costs and benefits to that. So we also decided to explore a helical design. Basically, a straight channel design is less effective at reducing heat flux, but it also leads to less of a pressure drop. Whereas a helical design is better at reducing heat flux, but it has a more significant pressure drop. That was our hypothesis, and so we used a whole bunch of calculations and simulations to validate that. One of them being an ANSYS simulation, which you can see on the right. It's like a thermal contour there. It's kind of cool. And we also used rocket propulsion analysis, which is kind of like a general calculation tool online. We also used a 1D helical simulation. That's just like a whole bunch of calculations that we found different temperatures along the axial position of a helical shape. And we also learned that the ANSYS simulation and 1D helical simulation both had the same temperature, more or less. So that validated our initial hypothesis and helped reaffirm our results. So what are we going to do going forward? Well, basically, we plan on making a predictive model based on past results. The problem with that is that predicting heat flux is really hard. As we learned through all our research here, there's so many factors that go into predicting heat flux, from recirculation to the OF ratio and carbon deposition and things that we didn't even get to explore. It's really hard to predict. And when you start to account for regenerative cooling, all of these things become an order of magnitude harder. So that's why we need hot fire tests. Hot fire tests will give us a lot more data. And as you may have heard earlier from Concordia, hot fire test data is the most important thing in predicting heat flux. So we want to make hot fire tests more efficient and more consistent. The good thing about the research we've done is that it's given us an approximation of what our heat flux should about be. And that's a good thing because we can conduct hot fire tests safely. And it also gives us a first principles understanding of how heat flux is produced within our engine. Eventually, we plan to iterate and implement new designs to better optimize the Whistler-Blackcomb engine and help us get to space. So that's pretty much it. Thanks for listening.
Thank you for your presentation. It is now the time for a Q&A. We will do as usual, taking questions from the audience, any questions from the online audience. We already have a question in the back. Yes. Oh, I'll bring the mic to you.
You have a heat flux estimate of 12 megawatts per square meter.
Yeah.
How did you come up with that estimate?
We used, well, that's from the Bart's correlation. So yeah, we basically use that. It's not super accurate. We understand that, like, you know, recirculation, carbon deposition, a whole bunch of other factors kind of can significantly impact that, but we think it's about the right order of magnitude.
So it's a best first guess.
Exactly, yeah.
That's how it all works.
Yeah, yeah,
okay.
That's the thing.
I think I should mention it's also the heat flux at the throat. If you'll notice, the heat flux at the chamber and on the other parts of the engine are significantly less. So as you taper away from the throat, the heat flux significantly decreases.
Any other questions from the live audience? If not, I do have some for you guys. We know that many Canadian teams in the audience, my team, McGill, are considering in the future, investigating at least for the moment, a bi-liquid rocket engine as their next development phase. To help in ensuring a safety culture in the Canadian space, what safety advice would you have for teams considering a similar venture as yours?
For sure. Well, first, do your research. It's really important to understand, you know, how a liquid rocket engine works. There's a lot of safety concerns with that. So understanding how heat flux is produced, how an engine works, is kind of the most basic thing you can start with. And then from there, designing a safe propulsion testing stand is also very important. Sometimes it can cost a lot, especially for a liquid test stand, but it's worth it to, you know, ensure the safety of everybody involved and actually get really good data. So yeah.
Thank you.
And to more thoroughly answer the question, I'd like to invite our propulsion testing lead, Victoria, up to answer on. Oh, okay. You want to answer some questions about prop testing?
Okay, for sure. So what safety advice would you have for teams considering a biliquid venture?
Oh my God. You have to look over your checklist very, very regularly, meticulously, and never miss any of the steps on it, and have as many eyes look at it as possible. And if you have, there's so many systems and subsystems going on, you really cannot miss any of the steps because it could be really dangerous for your entire team and your rocket.
Thank you. As a next question for the team, as part of your work on Base 11, there's the engine, but there's also the rest of the vehicle. I'm not sure to what extent the rest of the vehicle is developed, but a question for you is, what proportion of work does the total vehicle represents to the propulsion development?
Yep. So I'm sort of the lead engineer for the vehicle. So that's all the stuff that's not the engine. So I would say nominally you would have to put 50% or more of your development costs and time into the engine, and 50% or less into the rest of your structures. You can't fly a rocket without a rocket, and you can't fly a rocket without the engine. But by far and away, the most difficult engineering challenge is, especially for us who are pursuing a regeneratively cooled, reusable liquid bipropellant engine, the engine costs and propulsion testing costs and resources are by far the highest.
I'd also add to that the engine is kind of the crux of the rocket, and everything is kind of built around supporting the engine. So as you develop a more powerful engine, your design will shift, or a less powerful engine, your design will shift, and all these other factors. So it's really important to kind of, start with the engine and build it from there, I think.
Thank you for the advice. Any other questions from the audience? Yes.
It was actually on July 19th, so a couple weeks ago.
Congratulations.
And our next one will be in a couple weeks as well, in August.
Please look out for our social media posts on LinkedIn and Instagram. We'll be making video posts about those. They will look very, very cool.
And finally, as a question related more to project management, I'm not sure how the organization functions in UBC Rocket, but on a systems engineering perspective, a biliquid engine requires a lot of components to work together. What is some advice that you would have to allow teams to develop more rigorous systems engineering, tracking the requirements, especially as you're saying that the rocket is a very fluid and dynamic development which evolves around the engine?
Absolutely. So as I think Oleg from Concordia mentioned before lunch, you change one thing on the rocket, it creates a cascading effect. Everything else changes. Your thrust changes, then your pressure changes, your thrust changes, your tank thickness changes because you have to hold more pressure because we're pressure fed. We don't have any turbo pumps. And so then your aerostructures see a different load, you have a different drag curve. So absolutely, one of the things that I think we have sort of pioneered is a catch-all software to basically spit out the vast majority of the important parameters that go into building a rocket for a certain flight path. And so that's sort of what we use as our ground truth. And every time we make a major change, it is updated in the software. And so we can then very easily run the simulation and then distribute it to the subteams who need to know that information. And I would also echo what Oleg said, is that communication between subteams is incredibly important. Especially over COVID, we weren't really allowed to work in person. And so what happened was sort of a siloing of sub-teams, and that we became somewhat isolated. And one of the things that really pushed things along was our ability to get back in person and get to talking to one another again and having very open channels of communication so that, things change, but the changes is effectively communicated to all the sub-teams who need to know. And so they aren't surprised at the last second.
Thank you. Are there any other questions in the audience? If not, then thank you very much, UBC, and hopefully we'll see it launch pretty soon.
Thank you very much.
Are we ready for the next speaker? She's not in yet? Okay. So we're going to wait a few minutes for our next speaker, which will be Alexa Villa from SpaceX. Alexa, can you hear us?
Hi.
Awesome, thank you. So we will be starting now with our next speaker, Alexa Villa, coming from Hawthorne, California. She is currently working at SpaceX, and I have a short introduction for you, Alexa, if you don't mind. Alexa Villa has developed extensive experience in aerospace after working through the Bombardier recruitment program and working as an aircraft assembler and technician at companies such as Bombardier and Aerotech. This path led her to now working as a structural technician on the Falcon 9 at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California. Considering the audience, SpaceX requires a little introduction, but it is always good to mention that their main vehicle, the Falcon 9, is now the most flown rocket in history with 132 orbital launches. Welcome, Alexa.
Hi, everybody. Thank you once again for letting me speak. I'm so excited for you to share with you my story. I know how much work it took to make this whole entire thing happen, so I really appreciate being part of it. I made a small intro about me, and I hope you guys enjoy. Okay, and I think we're gonna cue to the video now.
When we're young, we're asked a crucial question. What do you want to be when you grow up? Everyone on this planet has been asked some version of this question. Answers ranging from doctors, cowboys, truck drivers, professional athletes. In my case, an astronaut. What's extraordinary about this moment is no matter how out of reach a profession is, or how relevant it is in their life in the end, it tethers to an individual. Everyone has a connection to space, whether it's stargazing, iconic movies or TV shows, books, comics, music, art, it happened. As humans, we know space as this great unknown. There is nothing that compares to it as sheer inspiration throughout mankind. Every night sky is documented can be categorized as dark. Still, when it's paired with the concept of space, it can be described as glittering, wondrous, starry, celestial, bright, stellar. How can anyone not be curious about what's out there, immersed by the idea of the unknown?
Hi, my name is Alexa Villa. I'm 22 years old, born and raised in Ontario, Canada. I moved to California about 10 months ago, and I'm a rocket technician at one of the most revolutionary companies in the world. I grew up in a town named Mississauga. It's known for its diverse culture and is home to Canada's largest airport. I was always fascinated by how things worked, and my mom would run out of toys to give me, so I started venturing off on my own to disassemble things that weren't meant to be. So I started giving me Legos and puzzles, and eventually I created furniture to feed my insatiable urge to build. My house was always full. I grew up with 4 siblings, Sarah, Sam, Martin, Tatiana, who I love dearly, but could also make me want to fight a Canadian goose instead of dealing with them sometimes. My mom, Mary Ramirez Gaston, is a program officer for the federal government of Canada. She recently just moved into the environmental and climate change sector after working 15 years in another sector in government Canada, and she's recently just completing her master's at Royal Roads University after her long list of schooling achievements that she achieved during the pandemic. My dad, on the other hand, Juan Ramirez Gaston, married my mom back in 2003. He is the executive manager at Toronto City Football Consultants, Inc., where he runs logistics and planning for national soccer teams all around the world. Growing up, I didn't have a lot of exposure to space before the no return phase. I'm able to really remember 3 key points. 1, singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star to a room full of people, my parents' guests, with an unplugged microphone. Credit to my mom on that one. Constant reminders of the North Star during Christmas and church, and the first time I ever watched WALL-E. My 8th grade graduation trip kind of changed that notion though. It was time to do the hike, so we went up and we went camping out. After all our fun, we were told to get some sleep before sunrise, and I was told to also just don't go leave your tent without assistance. But I woke up at 3 a.m. with the urge to drink water, so I stepped out of my tent, looked up, and saw the sky beaming back at me with millions of stars. When you live in the city, the sky is usually always diluted with light pollution, so when I experienced stars in their purest form, I just kind of stood there, what could have been for an hour, just staring at the stars. Only after a teacher found me and apparently dozens of other students that came out at some point, she told us all to go back to our tents. And now that I think back of it, I can only imagine what she was thinking, to be honest. Seeing a bunch of kids staring at the sky if aliens were coming down. After that, I drifted to the idea of space. I went through my whole childhood not having a clue what I wanted to do, and now I had some type of fascination with something. The hardest part was to figure out how to get there. After the whole camping event, I went to Lorne Park Secondary School where my journey to fight the narrative began. When I was 9, I was diagnosed with ADHD, and from that point on, I was categorized as below apply levels due to my grades. It was recommended for me to work in small group environments ranging from 4 to 12 people in a single classroom. My main problem areas were focusing on subjects that didn't intrigue me, also focusing on things that shouldn't be intrigued by on right now, which is a very dangerous duo. The week before I was supposed to enter especially high school, my parents made the decision I was going to get mainstream education, placing me in academic classes, which was a total miss. It was kind of like buying a pet fish and then chucking it into the lake in the middle of January. I was lost on so many levels due to me being essentially behind 3 years. At the end of 9th grade, I had an average of 54 all around, and I needed to retake classes. Up until 2015, my inability to catch up got me so bad that I thought it was just pointless to even try anymore. I was just a scared 15-year-old, and I didn't know if I was capable of making it my last 2 years without this constant pressure of not being enough. But in my mid-year grade 11, I entered my 3rd grade GLE class. I was struggling with work at that moment when I overheard this really important conversation. Mr. Kelly was known at the school as being kind and patient, and he was discussing how the girls' lacrosse team needed a goalie. And he was currently asking another student if she was interested since she was recovering from an injury, and all she could say is, "You're out of your mind." And I don't know what really compelled me to ask if I could try, but they kind of both looked at me, and then looked at each other, and then looked at each other in concern, and then he said, "Sure," not really knowing what to expect. For the next couple of weeks, I was just looking up YouTube videos and trying to set myself up mentally and physically for what happened next. Every possibility of overthinking kind of entered my head. This could be a complete waste of time. I was going to humiliate myself in front of the students that I was able to make it in school, but also make it at sports team at the same time. And that wasn't the case. It seems like I was able to learn the sport pretty quickly, and it was honestly the start of my growth as an individual. No one was able to predict the next 3 years would be from this moment. I started to apply myself to everything in my life and gained more confidence in myself and finally had a grasp on what to do. Construction technology wasn't the only class I excelled at. Eventually, all the other tech classes like communication and architecture followed, and everything kind of fell into place after that. Graduating high school as an Ontario Scholar was one of the most defining moments in my life. This title establishes the hard work to achieve over 80% in my top 6 classes in your final year, and it was the most significant accomplishments due to overthrowing every expectation set out for me since I was grade 5. I was also rewarded from Academic Perseverance Award as the sole recipient of that year, which is awarded to someone that demonstrates courage, determination, perseverance, and overcoming and facing adversity. My grades had the most dramatic progression out of everyone in 4 years, my lowest being a 30 in grade 9 and my highest being 100 in grade 12. After making this big hurdle, I had options to go to university, college, but if I'm being honest, it just didn't feel right. Something inside me just told me it was time. So I took my new reinvented self and stepped down to the real world. After high school, I was trying to find what was the next step for me. I was wondering if the opportunity would ever come that just felt right into my life, and after some intense interviews and beating out thousands of other applicants, I was selected to be one out of 30 candidates for the first and only class of the OMC MHI Structural Airplane Apprenticeship Program. Yes, long name. This specialty program was used to make quality workers for the next generation of aircraft assemblers at Bombardier Aerospace located in North York. In the span of 2 months instead of the standard 2 years plus, those who completed the program were able to move on to Bombardier to start working on the Q400 turboprop. As time went on, I was gaining more experience and I was given more responsibility, which I honestly loved. It would be often me being paired with someone that needed to be more proficient in a type of sealing, and when the lesson was done, the trustee would honestly feel a lot more comfortable, have a better understanding in the processes and preparation, and would be able to replicate results and be able to make the workplace a more efficient place. This is where I learned I had a knack for teaching people. I think it comes from a place of just wanting to make an impact, but also being able to demonstrate of how I wished I was taught or what I wish I was said to me in a certain way. And I feel like that honestly helped me a lot to understand and also be able to find ways to teach people differently. After 3 years and never regretting my decision to enter the workforce, then COVID hit. I was out of work, laid off for 6 months, and I didn't know what to do. I ended up doing so many activities to try to fill up my time, and somehow I ended up losing 70 pounds, which was kind of just evidence of my ability to become hyper-focused and using it to my advantage at this point where that's been waiting for me for a little bit. I ended up doing so many activities to try to fill up my time, and somehow I ended up losing 70 pounds, which was kind of just evidence of my ability to become hyper-focused and using it to my advantage at this point where I've honed it for so many years. When I was laid off for the second time during COVID, I had to make a decision of what was my next step. My original plan to finally go back to school with a scholarship that's been waiting for me for a little bit, but then Netflix came out with this great documentary piece named Inspiration 4, and I was in big trouble at this point because that's all I could think about. Space was always on my mind. Even if it was something I wasn't consistently talking about in conversations, I was always able to look up and do some research during high school about aviation in Canada, and it's really hard to get into, guys. The Canadian Space Industry website can only be described as interesting and a little bit confusing to me. The programs that were set up for rocketry and aerospace were highly competitive, and I felt like I could do it and I would have done well. But I felt like if I didn't take this opportunity, I would regret it for the rest of my life. I applied to my dream company in California, not really thinking about my hopes and dreams. These type of companies usually hire the best of the best, so competition was really, really fierce. I was thinking so much into it that I just needed to blank out and just shoot my shot. I interrupted my mom as she made a late night dinner for my dad, who was coming back from a long business trip and just wanted to have a meal with all of us. And she said yes, probably not really thinking that I would write my cover letter and update my resume and send it out that night. After a couple hours, I heard back, and that was the start of my journey to America. When I made the decision to leave Canada, I had to weigh my pros and cons. Pros, I got to build rockets, meet new people, have new experiences, be part of a mission, having a place in aerospace where I can use my strengths to its full ability, beating out new challenges, and being independent. Cons, leaving my friends and family behind, moving somewhere completely unfamiliar, not really having a set support system, knowing nobody, and doubt kind of set back in my mind that maybe this wasn't the right move. After a couple days of advice and contemplation, I chose to go because I felt like deep down inside if I stayed, I would always wonder and it would eat me inside. During this whole thing, my final days of Canada made me really appreciate what this great country has given me. It's provided me a safe home for me, my friends, my family, an education that I will never forget, opportunities that have pushed me to this point, and the ability to say I am proud to be Canadian. When I landed on LA soil, I kind of expected this big shift in the universe. After hearing the constant news of what people say about America, I can confidently say that there isn't anything I was scared of or just couldn't handle. America is such an interesting persona that, as it is shown on media, that kind of makes people a bit wary about it, and it kind of makes people forget what this country also stands for and what they achieved. I was one of those people. Honestly, I semi-learned the way of the land and got more comfortable, and I started feeling like it was second nature. My time here has been some of the best months of my life. I met some extraordinary people and had some extraordinary experiences, and I feel so lucky that I was able to make an impact on a mission that I support. Hi everyone, thank you so much for listening into my segment 1, which was an overview about how I got involved and just about my general history. Right now we're going to continue into segment 2, which is a Q&A, just answering some general questions that I've been constantly asked, just to give you a bit more in depth of what my mission is and what I want to achieve in the end, especially with driving people in Canada to be more excited about aerospace and basically helping our next generation to be prepared. Thank you so much again for listening and watching, and let's go to segment 2.
Hello.
Amazing. So we have a couple of questions prepared for you, but I just wanted to see if some people in the audience had any interest in asking a question for Alexa. Yes, on the left over there.
Hello. I do have to state this due to me working at SpaceX. Any topics pertaining to SpaceX, please submit inquiries to media@spacex.com. I hope that organizes a little bit everything, but let's continue. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, I was just wondering, being a Canadian, how you got involved with a company like SpaceX, where there's a lot of, American regulation and stuff like that.
I actually can't state that. Sorry. It just honestly was a big process, and it honestly just depends on what you have and your experience and your history, and that's pretty much what I can state. Sorry.
Would there be any other general topic questions that one would like to ask Alexa? If not, then I have a question here. It is an unfortunate reality that rocketry is a male-dominated industry. As a woman, how has this impacted your experience, and what advice related to that experience would you have for the students and industry leaders in the audience today?
It's definitely been a journey. I can tell you I was exposed to the concept at a very young age. Back in high school, or like back in pretty much any time I did any technological classes, like woodshop per se, I was 1 out of 30 girls, and it's always been a topic, a concept I've been exposed to. I think it definitely provides challenges, but it's also a great thing to go over and overcome, which I've definitely have experienced before. And I definitely see progression. I mean, I go back to my old high school, or I go back to the work floors, and I go back to my old companies, and I see so many wonderful ladies and females working into these roles. And it's always great to see this integration happening and live.
Thank you for the great answer. Another question that we have for you is, as a Canadian, having worked both in Canada and the US in aerospace, what did you observe as being the main differences in work culture between the two countries' aerospace sectors?
I can really name it in pretty much 4 topics, I think. So funding, population, promotion, and programs, so schooling. Funding, the US from a long shot does so much more than we do, but we also have other things that kind of play in our advantage. But funding is definitely something that we are not being able to really compare. Population, I mean, Canada has only about 38 billion people, and America has about 38 million people, and the US has about 330 million people. So obviously average amount is also there. Promotion, I mean, the US also launches and does more activity based on this sector. And, also programs like schooling. I'm pretty sure every university here has type of aeronautics, aerospace, and aviation program. While us, we have a lot of good programs. We don't have a lot of specialty items. And this isn't a surprise. We should all know this by looking back at the news or history, or even watching Top Gun during our childhood. You can kind of see just where all these things kind of promote. And yeah.
Thank you. Do you have any suggestions for Canadians considering a career in the space sector?
Honestly, just have drive. I'm not the most versed in aerospace. There's so many more people more qualified, but a lot of these companies are just looking for the attitude and the drive. So, it doesn't matter what you put on your resume, but also just your attitude and your idea towards it.
Fantastic. I think that this definitely speaks to a lot of people in the audience. And then, as a last question that I have here is, what is a moment in space exploration that impacts you up to this day and drives you in your daily work, as you mentioned?
Definitely one I mentioned in my thing is Inspiration 4. It was kind of like my life jacket, but also the reason why I sank. It kind of made an idea of just the normal average person being able to go up to space true. And it just was such a big moment for mankind, but also for everyone that's just not really versed maybe in a schooling sense or anything, just the average Joe being able to maybe be like, hey, I'm able to do this one day maybe. And also Apollo 11, I think that's always a big one that kind of touches everybody. And I think that also had like a big impact of why I joined space and aviation today.
Thank you. Before we move on to maybe online questions, are there any questions from the audience here today? Yes. Thank you for keeping the topics as general as possible.
Hi. So I have one question. What role do you have at SpaceX right now? Like, what type of engineering are you doing? And yeah.
My title at SpaceX is basically structure technician, and that is all I'm allowed to say. I can say the program I'm in, Falcon 9. It's basically the same, similar to any other structure technician. So if you want to look up that term, that'd be pretty much your best bet. Thank you.
Yes, we have a follow-up question.
Sorry. So just from your story, so you didn't pursue your undergraduate degree. You just went to work after that Bombardier program?
Yes, actually, so I don't know if the video skipped. I've been hearing that there was some chopping. So right after high school, I went to Bombardier's recruitment program for aircraft assembly. And usually that program takes about 2 years. I know Centennial College and a couple other colleges do it, but they really wanted to advance track it. So about 2 months was the timeline they were given. And then we were kind of thrown on into the Q400 turboprop program, where this is where I got my experience and my certificate and license to do this. So yeah, so I didn't technically have a traditional method, which is also something I really want to promote, because a lot of times you usually have to hear about getting getting an engineering degree or having schooling of some sort, but that is not the case majority of the time. Well, minority.
So do you have any advice for people that have atypical education programs that end up working in the aerospace industry?
There is a lot of different options, not just in the US. I mean, also in Europe, in Australia, and like all these other places that are willing to give you visas and also give you experience online and in person to be able to like experience aviation and aerospace like no other. So I would recommend looking into other options. I know everyone hears the word NASA, and it's obviously NASA's great, but just look at the other companies as well. And also there's so many amazing smaller unknown companies and also startups that also promote such a great idea and a great mission that definitely worth checking out. Also just keep your mind open. You never know where it's going to lead you.
Fantastic, thank you. And as a last question, can you expect having you here at Stardust next year?
Can I turn on my camera? I just realized it wasn't on.
No worries.
Hi. Yes, I 100% would love to come back and hopefully be able to share a little bit more about my experience here. I think it's honestly been one of the most defining moments of my life, and I'm so glad I got to be a part of it this year, and I will remember this moment in my life, and I would love to come back in person, hopefully, and be able to share my stories with you, and maybe even show some mission patches I've been to space and like other cool things I was able to collect.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for being with us today and sharing your experience and your background. And hopefully we'll see you soon in the next event of Launch Canada or Stardust.
Oh, and also, if you don't mind me adding, my LinkedIn and my Instagram is on there. I know Instagram's a little bit more new, but I'm also able to just talk to anybody that's interested into space and aviation, and I'm free always, unless I'm working, but like that's pretty typical. But thank you once again to Launch Canada and also Stardust for inviting me, and I hope to hear from you guys soon.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As for us here in Cochrane, we will move to a little break and we will restart at 2:30, so in about 40 minutes. Hopefully we'll see you again in the same room.
like me going like, hey, I can't hear you guys, but I see myself 6 times on the Zoom.
I think I can hear you now.
Oh, hey, Alex, how's it going?
It's going well.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Clickers work. All right, Alex, I'm going to get us going. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's great.
Fantastic. So, like I said, we have a payload that is a proof of concept for the ability to detect dark matter particles at 30,000 feet in a sounding rocket. So we're going to cover today the theory behind it. Like I said, that's Alex's department. So what is dark matter, for those of you who don't know? How are we doing it using what's called a CMOS sensor and special relativity and muonic decay? Don't worry, that part's really brief if you're not a physics person like me. And then we have our applications. So what are the applications in the subsystems of this payload? What were our results? What did we get for when we launched at SA Cup? And what are our next steps? What did we improve upon coming to this comp? And what do we want to improve upon going to our next one?
Fantastic. So I guess the first question we have to ask. Oh, Abby, do you mind muting just because it's doing the whole echo thing? Is that? Okay.
Just go ahead, Alex. You're good.
Yeah. Okay. So the first question we have to ask ourselves is, what is dark matter? And more importantly, why do we care? So Neil deGrasse Tyson sums it up very well. He says that we account for all the matter and energy that we're familiar with, measure up how much gravity it should have. It's 1/6 of the gravity that we have. Oh, sorry, it's still echoing. Sorry, it's still echoing on my end. One second. I'll exit and rejoin. That might fix things. 1 second.
Check, check. You're good. Check, check.
of this conference, the first ever edition of the Launch Canada conference. And we are starting off strong here with ETS. So as a short little descriptive, Rockets is the rocket team of the École de Technologie Supérieure in Montreal, and they are celebrating their 10th anniversary this year. They have also placed third in the 30,000 COTS category this year at SAC, 7th overall, and first among Canadian teams, so representing us very well. The Rockets all bear the names of Inuktitut animals to pay homage to the First Nations groups of Canada. And today with us, we have Mathieu, their avionics lead. Thank you, Mathieu, for being with us.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you all staying late. I know it's the last presentation, but lucky for you guys, they kept the best for last. So hopefully you enjoy it. So as Cyril mentioned, all our systems and all our rockets are named after Inuktitut animals. So the avionics actually also bears the name of an Inuktitut spirit. So the name we use is Anernik, which means breath of life or spirit, since it's the life of our rocket. So I'm going to begin by showing the mechanical construction. So our rocket is divided into 3 sections. So here we have the parachute section connected to the motor tube. Then we have the payload and the nose cone. So our avionics bay is right here in the nose cone. So one of our redeeming factors this year is these new optimized bulkheads that we created. So these were created as part of a special project for one of our members. So these are topologically optimized avionics support bulkhead. So the advantage of these is they have 2 threaded airbag supports, a parachute mounting point in the middle, military connector cutout for all our charge connection, and vent holes for barometric pressure. With these bulkheads, we were able to optimize for 76% of the weight of this component, so which greatly helped us optimize our rocket that we will be flying tomorrow. So these were 3D printed using metal additive manufacturing by one of our sponsors that you see down here in the bottom right, Fusia, which is a company in Montreal. The rocket actually is kind of in homage of them, one of our biggest sponsors. So it bears their colors and their logo. So as I mentioned, 76% mass reduction compared to the bulkheads in 2019. We did destructive tests that withstood up to 400 pounds of force, and at SAC 2022 withstood 21 Gs of separation, 16 Gs of flight acceleration, and then 21 Gs at the separation of the rocket. Next, I'm going to talk about I'm going to do a system overview. So we have a 3D printed avionics rack that's made out of ILTEM aerospace grade polymer. So that's actually made at school using one of the printers that we have access to. It features a Raven 4 mounting point right here, an RFD 900X mount, which is a radio module, an SRAD GNSS antenna support right here, and dual 900 megahertz antennas on the side, and modular board mounting in the middle. Next, I'm going to look at electrical construction. So the system overview for the boards that we have. The backplane is the board that's found all the way in the back here. You can't actually see it super well. So this acts as the interconnection between all of the systems. Next, we have acquisition, which is just acquisition and data fusion using all kinds of different stuff. Then we have arming, which is charge activation using a Bluetooth application that we created ourselves. Next, we have communication, which actually uses the radio module that I spoke of before for long distance communication. And then we have Bluetooth for short distance communication. Next, we have mission, which is flight control and user interface. So that is the one that is responsible for deploying all the charges, as well as sending us the information that we see on our base station. And then the last is the PSU power supply. So this is for system power monitoring, and it powers all of the other boards that you see in the stack here. So I'll go through each of the modules just to show some of the highlighting features. So this is the backplane. It features 7 modular positions, an STM32 microcontroller, which is used for CAN bus supervising, and a reboot manager. So if ever one of the boards were to fall into fault, we can actually, we're working on restarting the board and reinitializing it. An SD card for data tracking, dual redundant battery controller, battery connections, an RGB party mode that I think most of you have already seen, and modular positioning cording. So each board actually knows in what position it is in the stack, which helps us restart it if ever there was an issue with one of the boards. Next, acquisition. So acquisition, most of the boards will feature an STM32 and an SD card just for running the code and then for saving all the data. It also features an Xsense MTI7 EMU, which we're actually sponsored by Xsense and they provide it to us. So this has accelerometer, barometer, magnetometer, and GNSS, and this does data fusion to get very accurate, just very accurate data and very accurate altitude. It also features a connection here at the front for an SRAD GNSS antenna that I'll speak about a bit later. And then obviously we add data fusion using the MT data, and we can see all of this. Next is arming. So arming is the only board that doesn't have an STM32 or an SD card. Although what it does have is two distinct Bluetooth modules. So these are used to activate the SRAD and then the COTS avionics. So as you can see down the middle, there's a line. So it's actually two independent circuits on a single board. So this lets us activate the charges separately for arming the rocket once we're on the launch pad, and we don't have any pull pins or anything. We can do it from a safe distance without much difficulty. And yeah, the system power and COTS redundancy power also comes from that. So we can turn on our boards and then arm the chargers as well. Next is communication. Communication is basically just responsible for GPS antenna here. So we use a COTS GPS antenna on this board. And then it features a U-Blocks Bluetooth module for short distance communication and an RFD 900X, which is this plug in the front for long distance communication for our telemetry downlink. Next, we have mission. Mission is probably the most important board. It's responsible for detecting the apogee, separating the rocket, and unreefing the parachute at the desired altitude. So this has its own EMU right here, which will actually detect acceleration and all these things that we can use to detect different types of apogees. And it also features a barometer. So we actually use both to allow data fusion between both of them. So as I said, it's responsible for charge deployment. And in the version that is in the payload, it also controls these servo motors that we use for a self-guided parachute that we used at SAC. And as I mentioned, as you can see here, we have a payload version. So the beauty of a modular system is that we can put it in, the form factor is very versatile. So we use the same module that's in our main avionics for our payload without any changes. So this allows for a lot of easy changes of boards. And it allows us to get a lot more flight heritage out of our boards if we can fly multiple modules over and over in different configurations. Then next, finally, there's the power supply module. So it provides system power. So we have 3.3 and 5 volts independently. And then it does current and voltage monitoring of our battery in real time that we can see during the flight. Next, I'll talk about data transmission. So one of our really impressive projects this year is a SRAD GNSS helicoidal antenna that we created, and we actually were able to test it. Here is a test bench that we did at Antenna Lab USA. So we actually sent the antenna out for testing. So it has, down here what you can see is that this is just basically the signal that it's processing. So it's almost a full 360 degrees. So no matter the orientation of the rocket when it's coming down, we can track it. We always have a fix. And then here what you see is the return loss at the different GPS frequency bands. So they're not too important, but these are just the three major ones. And basically what we're looking at is the industry standard is to just be above 15 dB of return loss. So we're well within that range, and we have really impressive transmission with it. Next is the wireless communication. So the wireless communication, how it works for long distance is we have a multi-point network using radio frequencies. So what you can see here is, so this is Anelic, which is the main system found in our nose cone. This is a similar system to this, but in a payload configuration. And then this would be our ground station that relates to Qt Station, which is our visual interface. And these three systems all talk to each other. And if ever we were to lose communication with either the rocket or the payload, the data stream would go through the other device, and we'd still receive both without having a lock on both. So it's really interesting for, especially an environment like Launch Canada, where it's kind of harsh and there's a pretty intense tree line. We can always have a fix on one of them and get the data for both if we were to like deploy a payload. And then the communication module also features a short-range Bluetooth. So this is actually not used right now, but it's for future consideration. So we have Anernic main avionics to like a secondary avionics if ever we wanted to add a double stage or whatever per se. And then we also have for our hybrid motor that's coming up, Anernic to like a motor control module, so they can actually speak to each other within the rocket. So this is really interesting for us to just have more information. This is Qt Station that I mentioned before. So this is our interface program. It might be a bit hard to see on the wall, but so we have up in the top right here, we have rocket state. So what state the rocket's in, power descent, just guided descent. And then we have apogee, drogue descent, main descent, all that. Here we have our altitude. Here we have our GPS. So this is the longitude, latitude. And then here we actually have the relative position to us. So this helps a lot for recovery. It actually points us in the direction that the rocket's in. And if we took this computer with us during recovery, we could actually just kind of spin around and find out where the rocket is just using this little red point. And it tells you the approximate distance as well. And then here you have velocity and acceleration, and then a nice little Launch Canada logo because we like it so much. We also make our own battery packs. So we buy 18650 Li-ion cells, and then we TIG weld them together to create our own battery packs. So with this, it has an integrated battery management system, and the power usage is regulated by the power supply module I mentioned before. And the system battery life is approximately 36 hours. So our rocket, we could launch it one day, come back the next, and still be able to get a signal and go recover it without any issues. And then this is just an overall system diagram of how Anernic works. It's a little bit more complicated, but it's just, shows everything we're using and how the boards talk to each other and stuff in a little bit more detail. We also have future upgrades. So we learned a lot this year, especially from SAC and now from Launch Canada. So some future upgrades we have is we want to, our modular connectors for the backplane, we want to actually change them to standardized PCIe Gen 3. So it's the same thing that your graphic card would use. And this allows us to have up to 8 gigabytes of transfer speed, which is a lot more than we need, but it's just an industry standard that's a lot more robust. We're always trying to optimize the stack size, so make the avionics smaller and more optimized than ever before. Just save on weight, space, which is always a good point to have. We're also working on a flash memory storage module. So rather than using SD cards that we've had some issues with that can sometimes fail, we want to integrate a flash memory that you can just, once you recover the rocket, you could just plug in a USB, download your data, and you have it saved directly on a hard card rather than an SD, which we've had instances where the card will actually unplug itself. The card may sometimes corrupt itself. So we're trying to just be more robust in our data acquisition. Obviously, I mentioned before, a hybrid motor control, and then to go with that, a launch pad control module. So these are all future boards that we're looking to add, which will just all work within the same system without changing anything. So thank you very much. I have a little bit of time for questions and comments if anyone has anything to add.
Any questions for Rockets? I do have a question for you. So you mentioned a difficulty with SD cards and in the future using flash memory. Have you thought of using both systems in parallel to have redundancy, or simply going with purely flash memory?
Yeah, so the idea is to use the SD cards on each board, but then the flash memory would be on the backplane, which receives all the messages. So it would just be a second system. We really like redundancy, and we always try to double, maybe even sometimes triple our securities and our data. Because for avionics, it's really important. Like, we really like having our data and having all it's fun to look at after the flight, and it gives us a good idea of what we can work on, optimization. So it's definitely to use both systems. It's like in parallel.
Fantastic. A question on the right here.
What about integrating a solid state drive into the backplane?
Yeah, it's actually flash memory is what is in solid state drive. So it would essentially act as a solid state drive where we would just write our data on it and then we would be able to read it after. That's the idea.
Do you know why the SD card gets corrupted? It's actually something I ran into when I was using the SD card with my Raspberry Pi and I couldn't figure it out. We just scrap the SD card and get a new one.
I don't have an answer because I'm not a genius. I don't know like where it comes from, but it happens. Sometimes one of my teammates has an idea.
Hi.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. Thank you.
Just-
Because like I found a few sources that said that, but I didn't power it down when it started giving me errors. It was weird. Okay.
Yeah, because it's happened with our avionics where like a board will unplug and replug itself for like a brief moment, and then the cards like will either corrupt itself or have issues with the data. Like sometimes the file will just not close properly and it'll scrap
Okay.
a card. Yeah.
That's good to know. Thanks.
Any other questions? You've showed a recovery system that looks quite advanced with a nice UI. Compared to the desert, there's some rather denser foliage here at Launch Canada. How do you expect your recovery system to function in that? How do you predict the performance of your system in that new environment?
I haven't seen what the launchpad looks like, but we've had really good like even just testing it in Montreal.
Yeah.
We've had like pretty good reception, and the radio module is supposed to be good for up to 40 kilometers. And actually in 2019 it was good for 10 kilometers. The parachute opened at apogee, and then the rocket was within 10 kilometers, but we had data transmission all the way. And then this year it was I think 3 kilometers away, and we had no issues, and we lost the data like right before touchdown. So we don't really have any issues, but we do see like an issue. That's why we have the multi-point network with the payload, because the payload's a lot smaller and harder to track in the air. So the advantage of that would be that our rocket, we could track our rocket, which falls a lot slower and a lot easier to kind of follow, a lot easier to see as well. And then we'd be able to get not just the rocket data, but also the payload data from that, which is pretty interesting considering our payload usually has some sort of experiment that we're trying to get data from.
Fantastic. So yes, a question on the left.
How effective do you find your telemetry system to be when you've lost line of sight, given that you're operating in the 400 megahertz band rather than about the 400?
So our radio module is actually 900 megahertz.
Yeah, sorry, 900,
Yeah, okay.
not 400.
Yeah, no wait. But actually at SAC we didn't have line of sight. We actually never saw our rocket touch down. But with our antenna, we actually tracked it using our antenna. So actually, I can't go back. Anyway, the little red dot that you saw, that actually told us which direction to point our antenna. We had data, but we never saw it. We knew exactly where it was, but we never saw it. So we, even without line of sight, we were able to get pretty good telemetry. I think it's one more. Oh, okay, it was just, yeah. So with that little red point, we were able to kind of turn around. And it's good also because when the rocket is descending, the person holding the antenna, usually the person working the computer will advise them like, okay, go a little bit lower, a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right. Yeah. That answer your question? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions from the audience? Perfect. Well, thank you, Mathieu. So we are a little bit in advance on the schedule, but I think our keynote speaker would be ready. Is it okay with the technical side if we proceed? I'm just waiting for confirmation. Okay, perfect. Do you have a supporting slides or no? Okay, fantastic. Yes. Okay, no problem. That works. Fantastic. So for our keynote, last keynote speaker of the event, we have Surhab Hagigat, which is the founder and CEO of SpaceRide. He is a serial entrepreneur and has started several businesses since his youth. In recent years, prior to founding SpaceRide, Surhab was developing cutting-edge technologies, including self-driving cars at Cruise Automation, self-driving trains at Mitsubishi Electric, and aircraft landing gear at Safran Landing Systems. Surhab has a PhD in aerospace engineering and has published 13 patents. Thank you for joining us, Surhab.
Cool. Thank you for the introduction.
Greetings from the heart of Europe, space capital of Ukraine, Dnipro City. On behalf of Yuzhny State Design Office, I would like to greet organizers and all participants of the Launch Canada Challenge.
Productive dialogue has been established between our company and Maritime Launch Services, which creates the first in Canada commercial spaceport in Nova Scotia. Therefore, we are pleased to address the participants of this event.
Our company possesses the rich 65-year history and wide experience in space rocket technology development. Yuzhny State Design Office stood at the origins of development of the most reliable launch vehicles, first Earth remote sensing satellites, high-efficiency liquid rocket engines, and solid rocket motors.
Among the most recognizable global space projects of Yuzhny State Design Office are Sea Launch, Antares, and Vega. Our portfolio of international projects is expanding all the time.
Hopefully, soon we will be able to be proud of our project implemented together with Maritime Launch, a new commercial spaceport for Ukrainian Cyclone 2M launch vehicle.
Good to know that the Launch Canada Challenge gathers students of the Canadian universities cherishing a dream of the universe exploration. You have an opportunity to demonstrate your knowledge and skills, to declare yourselves as promising specialists. I believe that such events and joint efforts of global community will lead to the breakthrough and to the economic effect at the national and international levels.
Keep dreaming. Remember, rocket science is conquered by passionate and persistent people.
Make things happen.
Please make your own contribution into development of space innovations.
You are the future of space exploration.
Advancement of Canadian space industry is in your hands.